glad that we can be together. We've got a larger group. I'm sure you've got plenty of questions going on, just based on all the changes that are taking place, if you've heard about them. And if not, you'll find out. So I'll go ahead. How many of you all are in private practice? Just so I have a good idea of who I have in front of me. So I've got the two. Okay, so it's a big majority. How many are in a school setting? Anybody? Just got Maryland, I know, tried and true. So one, and then hospitals. Anybody? Nope. And then nonprofit agency, somewhere in that mix. Is it like a community agency, Victoria, or something else?
Work at Cancer Support Community.
Yes, absolutely. So not too far. So several different options that are represented today. So I think main goal is kind of going through today and seeing how can what we talk about, how does it apply to your setting? You know, what other questions do you have, you know, so that you can apply it the way that it needs to be used the best wherever you're at. So feel free to ask questions as we go through today. How many of you have not been in a refresher with me before, just so I have a good gauge on that? Okay, we've got several. Okay. And did I train any of you in the 40-hour training? Anybody? Okay, we got several of those. Okay. So some have not been through a refresher, but you went through a main training. I think I was seeing some of the same hands for both sides. So maybe you made it through both ends. Well, we'll do some of the same things if you came through that 40-hour training. I do change things every training, and so some things will look different, maybe in how it's organized, or I may have taken some things out, or there may be some new things, because obviously it's probably been a while since you came through. And so we'll start there. So that first part we'll hit on, let's just look at what makes the training different, which is that building a relationship. That'll help you apply it to your setting. It'll help you revisit if you came through the main training, like what could you be applying or doing differently that you may not have done after you came through there, or something you haven't seen before. And let's make sure as we head into the afternoon, before we maybe get into, you know, series or evals, and make sure we hit on ethics, because I know you're going to have some questions there, and make sure that we hit on those changes, because I want to make sure we cover those as thoroughly as we can and what your questions might be. So I think that'll be more the structure of today versus how we normally roll through the way the manual was set up, and we'll see how that feature needs in the process. So I think main thing, you know, at this point is we can jump in there, we'll head to ethics and come back around in the end. So any questions as we're about to get started? None? Okay. I always like to start with first activity, if you've been with me before, is trying to determine if you've been supervising, even if you've never supervised anyone, but you hold the designation, regardless of where you're coming from, how many you've had or how few you've had, is looking at what is this ideal supervisor? Like, what are these traits a supervisor has to have? And if you narrowed it down to, like, you know, a good, not more than, you know, I'll put you in groups, not more than 10, you know, around 5-ish, somewhere in there, what would like the have to have traits be? And that's where I want to get started. So I'm going to create some breakout rooms, and I'll put you in those. If you're in front of me, obviously you all can work together, and we'll start with that. We won't have tons of opportunities to work together, but we'll have some. And so I want to make sure this morning, so you can introduce yourself, obviously, to each other, but just start working on what is this ideal supervisor list? What does this look like? So some of you had great supervision, and that's what you use, you know, as your guide, or you've been supervising for a while, and so you've learned. Some of you, it may not have been ideal supervision, so you just think the opposite of what you experienced. So let's do 4. I'm going to put 3 of you together, and we'll have 3 in front of me, so that works perfect. Okay, you should have your assignments, and I'm opening the rooms so you can get into those. Okay, everybody made it. Success. Okay, so for y'all, I mean, you can stay where you are, you can get close together, whatever you want to do today when we do our groups. They're just, what are some of those traits? So ideal supervisor, what are the traits they have to have?
Supervisor.
Traits Trace with the supervisor. You got it. Okay. Well, hopefully you've come up with some good answers. Well, I didn't introduce myself yet as I threw you into groups. You're hoping I'm the trainer for today. So obviously I'm Dr. Rhonda Johnson. So it's nice to meet those of you, even virtually, if I haven't met you before. So part of this training, I'll give you some background as we head in, but supervision really became a passion pretty quickly, and it was the first training that I launched out with and led, the 40-hour one. Mainly because I realized the supervision that I had once I got into the field wasn't really meeting the guidelines of what it was supposed to. And that goes back to because I didn't even know that the board rules existed. So I was several years in, had been supervised. Back then it could be a psychologist and an LPC, and I had several in the mix, and that's why they don't do that anymore, where you're with different credentials, because they don't know our guidelines. And so that wasn't talked about a lot. So when I got into supervising myself as a supervisor, the training I attended, it was the only one that was offered back then in the Metroplex privately. So you could sit through 40 hours of lecture at a university, or you could do this one. And so that sounded a lot better to me. And so I did that training and launched into supervision. But really quickly within that first year, realized I really don't have anything that I need, and I didn't get anything that I needed to do supervision well. So that went through like paperwork as well as just things that could help. I really felt like building a relationship was a key. So case consultation had been the standard, to that point. It still is, very much a standard. But there's a lot more that can be done, because I don't think case consultation really is the be-all, end-all for depending on who you have. You can have somebody who's really experienced or someone really new. You could have someone who works outside your organization. You can have people inside. There are so many different scenarios. They can be all virtual now, or you can meet with them in person. So there are so many different scenarios that it just makes it difficult getting started. I felt like doing the case consultation route and that being all that was being done. And it really just hit me that in school, and as we start with clients, we talk about what really matters is building a relationship. You could come from a lot of different theory directions and be the most intelligent person, around. But if you're not good at building a relationship with a client, they're not going to stick around. They won't stay. And I think the same thing happens with supervision, and that how often do we really focus on building a relationship on the front end versus just jumping in and, I'm trying to help you as an expert on your cases. And when supervisees come in with their own issues, I know that's never happened to you all. I'm sure you have no issues. I don't either. But sometimes it happens that people come in the field with issues. And when they have them, it becomes the struggle in supervision. It was getting mentioned in here of like, when am I the counselor? When am I the supervisor? Where are all these lines, that are supposed to be upheld? And even if I am in that supervisor role, how do I help them deal with their stuff? Because I can't do it as a counselor. So how do I do that in a way that's encouraging and not demeaning or critical? And that becomes really tricky, and really hard to figure out. So that's really what, started, I would say, just the questions for me. And I don't usually ask questions, normally of like things that are done. But I think I was just, recognizing it's not working for me. Maybe it works for everyone else. And so I started gathering, materials together to figure out what really was available at that point in time, which now has been over 10 years ago. And so what happened is just launching the training, and really the joy of being able, I get trained by you, well, I'm training you as well. So just the dual piece that comes from it, and knowing, no training stays the same, because there's always other things that are out there. There's always ways to improve. There are always things that we could morph and change. And I know a lot of you who come through the main training come back through, and I enjoy seeing you again, just because even with all the things in the manual, it's 100 pages. Like, you're not going to implement all of it overnight. And there will be things I show you that may cause you frustration, or they may, give you a goal to work towards. So I would say as we go through today, just look at what those bite-sized chunks would be for you. You're not trying to change everything overnight. Just make a commitment, just like a client would, to like, what are a couple of things, that are talked about that I really want to try to implement or that I need to recognize, I need to look at it from a different direction, to see if that would be a help to your supervisees going through. So some things we'll look at and I'll say, like, I do this with everyone. And some things I'm just trying to give you a lot of resources. I don't expect you to sit down with like a binder with your supervisees and have everyone do the exact same script, of going through, because they're not all going to start at the same point. And they won't come to you, from the same places or the same experiences. So we want to be able to meet their needs just like we would a client. I'm not going to treat every client the same and force them to, I'm going to ask the same questions at my 6th session and my 12th session and my 1st session. There's going to be some changes and differences in there based on, where I feel like we need to head based on what their needs are. So same thing with the supervisee. So you've got your schedule for today, and then we've got our objectives. So we're going to look this morning at that building a relationship with the supervisee that I mentioned. And then we're going to identify needs that they might have in supervision. We're going to create a plan for opportunities for growth through self-evaluation and knowledge of their ethical responsibilities that they have. We'll look at some theories as we go through. It's not as extensive as the main training. We're just looking at the non-theory based models and then a couple of newer ones that I found. Then we'll examine how to choose a supervisee, like what to discuss in the interview process. So I know that's always a hot topic. And so we'll head that direction so you know what to do. And then we'll look at all the documents and the paperwork that you want to be implementing and why those things are important. And we'll round out with evaluations at the end of today. So those are all of our goals as we get through the day. And I'll just be flexible, along with you on trying to figure out how to best meet those needs so we can get through everything today. So it is, very packed as we go through the 6 hours. The trainings at times, sometimes they were 8. When we did the main one, sometimes it was 2 10-hour days. So we'll condense it down, and there's no homework for this one, but it just means we'll be going a little quickly as we try to get through. So you've come up with some of these traits that I had you group, get into groups and come up with, like, what's this ideal supervisor? So if you gave me a couple from each of your groups that really stood out, that you all are passionate about, I'll let you all just kind of jump in and give me what some of those were. So virtually or in person, feel free to do that, and we'll go from there. So whoever wants to go first.
I can share our list that we came up with. We said good communicator, patient, guiding but not giving all the answers, a broad range of skills, I think is one that was said, and having like good experience, but not necessarily like dictating the like way things had to be or the philosophy, allowing the student to kind of find their way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's some openness. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. So associate we'll go with in this day and age. I know it's continually morphing and changing. So we're all trying to stay up to date. You're good. We knew what you meant. So yeah, I think those are good ones. So there's this piece of I've got to have some openness. They might not come exactly from my, theory bent or perspective or the direction I would have gone. So yes, you've come up with some great ones. Another group, what'd y'all come up with? I know you may not have designated speakers, so that's being decided on right now, but.
We came up with approachability, being a good listener, being able to respond kind of to figure out what their needs are, and then having a good knowledge base of what the rules are, what they may need to know, understanding what we need to be able to teach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so hopefully I have things to offer them, so that I can actually help them grow as a professional. Absolutely. And another group?
We mentioned a lot of those same ones. Definitely being able to keep up with, the new modalities, and as everything changes, because they come out of school and we're not aware. That may be something that they're interested in, and we've got to be able to help them grow in that area if that's what their interest is, not just for them to do it our way, because we've got to be able to evolve and change along with them. And also a strong emphasis on the ethical behaviors, on the modalities. I don't necessarily want to scare them, but I give them an example just how easy it is to, get a red flag. So being always conscientious of keeping up with all of that and being familiar with the rules and how to question as you're doing your work, whether it's following those guidelines or not too.
Absolutely. So ethics in there, as well as the knowledge base you all been mentioning, and keeping up with changes. Yeah. And then last group, I think there was one more. I remember right.
We talked about experiences and things that might be intimidating to us as supervisors. And we also talked about the different settings that our interns could come from and the areas that they were working in, and things we could learn from them. So
Kind of that dual learning that we were talking about. Yeah, where I was saying the same thing happens for me. And then what about in front of me? Y'all had some good ones. I've got 3 people in front of me, just so you know. So we've got another group sitting here. She'll be the speaker then. Available.
Supportive.
Supportive. Okay.
To be licensed.
And they need to be licensed. Have they kept up with their license and made sure it is still active? Yes.
The changes.
Yeah, knowledgeable with changes. Yeah, ethics I think was in there.
Talk
Awesome.
about knowing the difference between supervising and being a counselor.
Yeah, the difference between supervising and being a counselor. Like, how do we do these multiple roles? Absolutely. So y'all have come up with some great ones. I think those are, a great start. And you all are, out there, we're doing the work, so you know what those things are. And a lot of those match as we open up kind of manual and you get to that page 3 looking at, I've got something all over me. I have no idea. I've gotten stuff everywhere, obviously. so for that list, there's the expectations and roles. So we need to be really clear on the front end for them to know what are they going to expect as they're in supervision with us. If they may have only experienced case consultation in school and you're wanting to do things a little bit differently, like I'm talking about as we get started today, what would that mean? What do I need to say on the front end? Because they really are dependent on us, they really are to know what the changes are, for us to give them guidance on forms, on what they need to be doing as they go along, what they're able to do ethically and not. Even though we're wanting them to take responsibility, we have to launch that to them. They're not just going to naturally do it. So what are the expectations that I have to state on the front end? So being accessible and available was mentioned, and really taking it seriously. So do I run 30 minutes late every time I have supervision? Do I cut it close, or short because I've got a client and I just need to move on to the next person? Am I treating them, as importantly as I would a client that I'd work with, because I'm setting that example for them of what that would be? The safe learning environment, communication, and the ethical behavior, y'all have mentioned those. The maturity you're mentioning. We can't know everything. It's not our job to know everything, every model, every theory, everything. That's where they can train us too. So you got to have some kind of sense of humor, hopefully, because we've got to join with them. If they don't feel like we are for them, then we're going to be in trouble, because they're probably not going to be real honest with us, and it's going to be more fear, than anything else. And then we want to tailor it to them and to their clients. We're going to safeguard the welfare of clients, because I'm sure that's why all of us signed up for supervision. Like, we signed up because we wanted to protect the public. It wasn't because we wanted to grow professionals. And I'm being a little sarcastic there, because no one went into that supervisor training thinking, I'm just here to protect the public. But that's really the goal of what the council has us, have this credential for. It's how do we help them be ethical and help protect the public while they're new in the field and learning. Our goal was more along the lines of wanting to continue the legacy that we received from someone, or wanting it to be completely different like mine. So we were passionate about not wanting others to have that same experience, whatever it might have been, that drew you to that training when you initially went, is thinking about what were my motives back then and my goals, and how have they changed now? Because the goals you had at that point in time may be really different now, with supervision and why you're doing what you're doing. So our main goal is the one at the bottom, and it says we're trying to prepare them for self-supervision. So that's your key word. You know, whenever you sit with someone and they're like, well, what are your expectations? You know, what are you hoping for supervisees? And it would be for every supervisee to be able to get to self-supervision. And what does that mean? Like, what are we talking about? And that's what's on, you know, as we head into the next page. So we've got this manual that we'll go through today. So we've thought about at different points trying to look at PowerPoints, but because there are so many evaluations and things to print out that you need to use with supervisees, it just doesn't make sense. So we'll stick with the manual throughout. I know that makes it a little harder to try to watch me and everyone else along with that, but we'll see how y'all can navigate it virtually. And hang on. So goals of supervision, like I mentioned, for the council, it would be we're going to ensure that client's welfare. We're going to make sure we're protecting the public. The second one would be to develop them as a professional. So we're going to make sure they're not a client to us and that we're not providing psychotherapy to them. And then that third one, in accomplishing that second goal of developing them, we really should help them reach that goal of self-supervision. And that means three things. It means that they can monitor their own behavior. It means they can compare it to a model or a skill. And it means that they can attempt to change it based on a model or a skill. So they can monitor their behavior, compare it to something else, and then attempt to make a change. So this whole goal in this first half is how can we help encourage self-supervision? You got a question, Eunice? It looked like you raised your hand.
I do. I'm sorry, I'm lost. What manual are you following so that I can?
Yeah,
look at it
everyone
here?
said that it was sent out about 9:08. So it
Right,
says-
but is it it's the one, it's the LPC one?
It is a manual, so it's for both licenses. It's for all licenses, social work, LPC, and LMFT. So it's 100 pages or so, something like that. So it's really lengthy.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the Texas Supervisor Refresher Manual, that's it?
There you go.
Okay, so I'm sorry, guess what page are you on?
Yeah, right now I'm on 4.
On
So,
4. Okay, thank you. All right.
absolutely. Perfect. So yeah, so we're on 4. So we're about to jump into these activities as where we're at. So everybody there, we're all on the same page? Great. We're all on the same train. We'll head together on this track and see what we can accomplish. You're good. It happens. So the first activity I gave you, it's the Yoon typology. And what it really is Myers-Briggs, which most of us have done at some point in time. You either did it in school or you've done it since you've been in the field for some reason or another. I choose that one for a couple of reasons. One is it's free, and so that means a supervisee could go in and take that assessment for free. The second one is they usually are very familiar with Myers-Briggs, and you are, and so you can utilize it. There are other options of what you can use, and I gave you some of those. They're listed on number 1. For us internally here, we use Talent Insights most frequently, and that's actually a part of like our interview process. So they have done that before they've ever started with me, and I've at least seen it. It doesn't mean they've seen all the results of it, but we've at least had a start on it. So whatever works the best for you, use. The reason we use that one here is that it combines like Myers-Briggs and the DISC and Strong's inventory and several other things. And then it even has the questions in the back that it's telling me to ask in the interview process. And what I love about it is see if they have an awareness of, well, counseling is all about awareness, as we know. And so it's a huge help to me as I interview to see, like, do they have awareness, of this or not, without me having to pinpoint lots of things. So if you're on your own somewhere, it's probably not going to be the most cost-effective thing for you because it's like a one-time fee and then as many people as you want can take it during the year. But if we consider how much time do we pour into a supervisee just getting them started between paperwork and training and whatever it might be, if you're in a practice on your own and maybe you have them with you and maybe they're not paying for supervision because it's, the hope that they'll see clients and bring something in, but then you find out just very quickly that this is not exactly what you signed up for, you have to think about how much is my time worth? Like how many hours did I spend with them trying to get them started, and did that really have the match on the back end that I wanted it to have as we got started on the front end? And sometimes it will and sometimes it won't. And there's no foolproof way. So, I mean, we use the assessment and we still have some we hire and find out within that first few months it just wasn't the best fit. You know, whether that's supervision or whether it's employment, whatever it might be. So it's just, there are options that are there. You use what works best for you is the message that I'd want you to hear. You know, but there are other options other than what I'm giving you right now. So goal would be that you send them to the website, you have them take the assessment. I'm assuming while we're here together today that you all have taken the Myers-Briggs at some point in time. But as you turn to the next pages, it would give you, after you have them take that assessment, that would be the chart that you could use once you had their results. The main things I'm paying attention to, it's not every piece of it, it's more what are the drastic differences and their personality versus mine. So let's just say their percentages show that they're middle of the road, except that they are a really high P. And I am not a P, that is not my bent. Then I'm gonna pay attention to just really that one, because I know we're gonna be more similar on the other style pieces than we are for that one specifically. So don't look at it like I have to look at all 4 categories and be the be all end all to every one. I think it's more about how am I different than them? So what do I need to pay attention to? So if I knew the P was what was really different, then I would come back to this page 6 and I'd look under perceiver and I would see supervision strategies, providing organization for them. So if I give them an assignment, that tells me I need to give a deadline. Now, honestly, that's true for any supervisee. It doesn't matter if they're a J or not, because they're not going to do it if you don't, give a deadline for it. But we're just pretending here. So you'd want to give more structure versus less structure, because they would just kind of go through. It says allow flexibility, but maintain firm deadlines. So if I'm going to say your log needs to be done, I better give a deadline date again. And then it says assign multiple projects with demand for completion. Demand, that's really strong. Demanding completion. But we're just going to say we're going to have some deadlines on this. So these activities that I'm giving you this morning as we're looking at things, that's your hint. If they're a P and they're a really high P, I probably need to, on the front end, give some things versus on the back end, hoping they follow through, finding out they're not, then deciding I'll put a deadline on it. So it's just knowing I probably need to look through, especially if they're different than me. So you're looking for any high percentage that is different than what your natural bent is. We tend to think about it like love languages. I know that book is older now, and that's going to date me. But when it comes to love languages, we're giving the love language that we want to receive back. But what I'm giving there may not mean anything to the person I'm giving it to. So the supervision I experienced, I want others, experiences to be different than mine. But if the person I'm supervising now had been in that experience, they may have done great. It may have been the best experience ever to them, because they're a different personality than I am. And so they had a different reaction to it. So it's just knowing, no, we're not for every client and we're not for every supervisee, but it'd be good to go into it knowing how are we different. And so I used this one just this week with the group that I have, and they were looking at assessments, and it was really different. It was really fun to look at it as we went through, and a different experience in that I was doing it further in. These first 4 that we're looking at, I call the 4 core, and it means I do them with everyone. And I try to do them as early as possible. The difference is that these, supervisees I was with, they are working here. And so they started kind of all at the same time. There's been a lot of, change in the process. And even though I had seen their assessment because I had interviewed them, they hadn't seen it yet, full out the long version assessment that we try to make sure everyone sees after they, come on here. So I gave it to them, and so I already have some background information. Like I've known them for a little while now. And we even had some lunches this week where I was hearing some different, information and different things. So as we're sitting there, one of them is saying, so several of them are commenting, yes, I think, yeah, I can see myself. This describes me. This is who I am. And again, it's talent insights. It's not just the typology. But it was really helpful for them to see those characteristics because, one of them avoids doing video like the plague, even though it is required for something else they're working on, and really for us is going to be a firm requirement, especially now that we have morphed and changed into who we have on staff. And so hers says avoid conflict all over it. So it doesn't just mean avoid conflict as in communication conflict, it means even showing a video. And she's fabulous. I'm not concerned about her showing a video at all, but just that conflict of showing it and the internal conflict, of having to watch yourself and deal with it. So another one in the room, it said something, it was really funny. It said something like, what did it say? It said like, doesn't care, may not show genuine concern for people, which isn't a great comment to read as a counselor. I mean, no counselor wants to read lacks genuine concern for people. And so there was like a little, resistance there of like, I don't know that I agree, with what's on this assessment. And it was funny because I had some insider information and from a couple of days prior, and I said, well, I'm wondering like, how does that go with what you were talking to me about the other day? And it was a personal situation, had nothing to do with work. But it very much was like, if you're not in my inner circle, then you're in the outer circle. And there was this resentment, building towards a person. Now, is some of that valid? Absolutely, because I know the situation. But there was, if you're on that outer rim, I don't care about you as much, as somebody who's more in the inner rim. So it was more, I have to know you first, or the motives that were there. So it was really interesting to see like light bulbs going off while we were sitting together. And that was just by me handing it. I wasn't one-on-one. I had 4 of them at one time. So actually it was 5, and so it was several of them. But they were still able to dialogue and talk among each other. And it really did help that I had more information versus doing it really quickly on the front end. So that's an example, of how I would utilize something like that. Can it help and challenge them? The goal in having them do the Yoon typology is more than getting the results. You want them thinking. And so the assignment that I gave, and they're written in those steps, is how are the traits that you're seeing going to help you as a counselor, or how could they create a need for growth for you as a counselor? So it's not a strength, it's something that creates a growth area or it's a weakness. And that's what I had them doing before we got started. So they were considering it from a counseling vantage point, from their role as a counselor, but then we were moving into supervision vantage point, like how does this impact the supervision I'm in and what I do? So we were blending it into several different areas and made for really easy conversation and dialogue. Now, if I had sat with that supervisee and I just said, I'm not sure that you have a genuine concern for others, which I probably wouldn't have said it like that, I'm not sure that that would have gone across real well. Probably not, I'm guessing. So there's something about seeing it, from something else and really having to evaluate and consider, is there some truth? Because we get back to like Johari window. You remember that from school? Johari window, if you don't, you might look it up. But it's like, what do I know about myself that others know? What do they know about me that I don't know? What do I know that I don't share with anyone? And what do we neither of us know, kind of categories. So you've got your 4 categories of that Johari window. So something to keep in mind, is if they don't have awareness, they're not going to be able to grow in it. And we can help, with some of that in the process in an encouraging way, not a negative one. So for you all, I'm going to make the assumption that you have done Myers-Briggs at some point in time and that you could figure it out if you've forgotten what you might be. And that's going to be the pages that follow. So hopefully your PDF is going to follow the manual we have in front of us. Sometimes the pages get a little off because it's a PDF, but I'll hope that they will. And for us, it's page 7 and 8, and then the very tippy top of 9. And so you're just looking at what is my style, my bent, what are these categories for me? And you're going to determine what are my top 2 strengths as I look through these 4, and what are my top 2 growth areas. So it's not for each category. If I am an INFP, I'm going to look under each one, and overall it gives you strengths and characteristics. So I'm going to look at all of them and determine what are my top 2, what are my strengths, and then it gives you the skills to work on. You're going to look through all 4 categories and determine what are the 2 skills that I need to work on the most. So work on that for a second. I try to give you opportunities in here to do the things I want you doing with them so you've had that experience. Have you found some things you've been looking through? Everybody? Yes. I'm sure we are all ideal supervisors, no growth areas to work on. All good there. Yes. So I've got plenty, and I think they stay the same, you know, even through time. Obviously, I'm looking at this information really frequently, you know, but they're there. And even, you know, I tend to be more structured, like with that J bent, but the more things you add in the mix and the more supervisees and the more things I'm doing, like training or whatever, you know, there's the inability to do all of them the way I want to do them, you know, all the time. And so even when you have a natural bent, one direction or another, it could be that just the circumstances within, you know, the environment that you're in and how you're operating, that it's not allowing you to use it, you know, as your greatest strength too. So any questions on this assignment, how to use it or the benefit? Has anyone been using it who's been through before, like, and have any feedback on it? Okay, it's a challenge. Here you go. So you've got first challenge. So this is the first one of the core 4 that I use. So we'll head into the second one. You've got a picture to go with this one. I know it's super small. It's just to give you an idea because it gets confusing sometimes for people to try to have an image in their mind. So the main goal is to have them do what I call a supervision genogram activity. If you're more from the play realm, feel free to adapt this, like sand tray it, you know, art, whatever you want to do. It does not have to look like this. But I know sometimes in this training that is not, you know, some of who we have. So I give it to you like a genogram, and if you did one in school, which you probably did at some point in time or have seen one at some point in time, it's very similar except it's much more simple. So it's just one line, and they're coming up with 5 supervisors that they've had. The thing I would tell you is I would not make those, if they're just finishing school, I would not try for like 5 professors. You're wanting people that have really been in like an authority position, you know, supervisor position, and there's been some personal relationship there more than just like a class, you know, where I was a student and I turned in work. So I usually would, you know, recommend that they look at jobs that they've had outside of the field, or like a volunteer position, like if they're a volunteer in their church or in a nonprofit or some organization and they have someone that's been in charge of them. You could go with like a professor, you know, and that would be fine to use one. But I'm just wanting a broad range, you know, of different supervisors. There are a few things, you know, to watch for. It does tell you when they create it, it says they're going to include the age of the supervisor, the gender, the type of theory or skills, the professional context or setting, the modes of supervision, and the nature of the alliance.
That's what I found.
Oh, great. My watch is talking to me. Awesome. And the personality characteristics of the supervisor. So we've got several different things in there. If it's someone outside of the field, it really, when it says the modes of supervision, like how did that person try to motivate them? I mean, those are your key, like what did they do to try to motivate people? Was it, you know, just by demanding or by threatening, or, you know, was it by encouraging, you know, or more incentive along with it? What was the main way of going about motivating? And so how did they do it? The nature of the lines just means it's the lines that you're seeing. Squiggly lines obviously mean not a great relationship. Double lines, we were super close. So I'm just watching for things, and it is a huge help to me if I do this on the front end as I start with someone. An example would be, it gives a lot of topics of conversation to watch for. So I had someone that had like a double line as they got started here in supervision. And as I inquired a little bit more, like what were the things, you know, you've got question number 1 and question number 3. Those are the ones to highlight. Whether you ask any of those others or not, doesn't matter, but at least use 1 and 3. And that goes into what have you enjoyed in the past that you would like to have as a part of our supervision relationship, And number 3 is, what characteristics of your past are you hoping will not be a part of our supervision relationship? So as I asked about, well, tell me, about this relationship and that they'd had in the past. And it was, oh, we were great. We were like friends, and I could ask anything. And, it was just, it sounded, there was something about it that sounded less professional, like more friendship oriented, but, we were rolling with it as I'm asking questions. And it became really apparent within the first, couple of weeks after that, because this was someone who would like text random thoughts, not questions, not like CPS report, just more like random thinking. And it ended up, because they struggled with their own memory and some attention issues, that they thought that I would be the data bank. So I was supposed to take the text and like write these things down so I could remember for supervision, like what we were going to discuss. And that's not how it works with me. So we had to talk pretty quickly, like texting's not usually the best way to communicate, anyway, but if this is not something that's crisis oriented, and it was someone even within us, that was here. It wasn't like they were off site, had no access to me. And I just said, if there are things like questions or thoughts or, things about the field, whatever it might be, that's awesome. Write them down. Like, that's why I give you a weekly form. Keep your form close by, get it written down, you bring it in when you come to supervision, and we will talk about it then. So it just very quickly, I recognized the friendship that was the super close was a little less professional and a little more lax. And that continued. I would hear about that relationship, and I realized more about what it was like now. Some other examples would be if you're seeing that there have been several negative relationships. So what would I want to be watching for if I'm seeing, there's squiggly lines and they're not great relationships? Well, one could be that it could have been a really toxic environment. So if I'm seeing they worked at, and I'm not going to name a place, but they worked here and they had 2 or 3 supervisors there, and none of those are positive relationships, no matter where it was, agency, nonprofit, hospital, whatever, community, health, we're going to look at it, and I'm probably going to talk to them and ask more questions, but the assumption could likely be made that it was a really toxic environment, because a toxic environment does not equal great supervision. Sometimes it definitely can have an impact because it's flowing down from the leadership, into even the associate and student level. So that would be one. The second one I'd want to watch for would be if the last one they were in was a really negative relationship. So even if the others were positive, but this one's maybe the first one as an associate, and it's really negative, then I'm going to want to pay attention for what I call supervision trauma. So I'm inheriting them and they have not been in a great situation. Then I really need to know that as we get started, because you treat a client who's experienced a lot of trauma differently than a client who is a teenager who's just making really poor choices. Like there's some differences there, just in reaction and responses. And so I'm not going to know that if I'm not inquiring enough to know what these like life experiences in supervision have been. So it's your way of assessing supervision as a whole. The third one is that if there have been several negative relationships and I'm inquiring more, then we get to that category that no one wants to experience, which is this is not a teachable person. They're really resistant and more combative, and just like a difficult client, it's not going to be, you're not going to enjoy it as much, and there's not going to be a lot of joy coming from that supervision process. And so those are the things I'm trying to watch for as I get started. So Supervision Genogram, looking for what have been experiences. Those 2 questions will tell you what their expectations are. And you're asking it in a roundabout way. If I just sat with them as we got started and said, well, what are your expectations for supervision? They don't have a clue what to say. Like, they're dependent on us. I wouldn't have known what to say. Maybe they do. I didn't have a clue what to say. I was just like, will you please sign on my hours? I want to get done. So they all want to finish so they can get to full licensure. So just keeping in mind, what are our expectations? How can I ask it in a way that makes sense to them? And then that third one, really paying attention for either toxic environments or supervision trauma, because that's going to lead to other conversations. One person I inherited at one point, I tend to attract problem people sometimes from the outside. Problems as in they've been through trauma, not as in they themselves are problem people. just because I think people refer them, but like the past supervisor was refusing to sign on hours, accusing them of taking a client. When they went to the new place they were at, the client found them on the website, and that supervisor was claiming ownership of clients, and so it was leading to maybe a court situation. There was just all this junk, involved. And so sometimes in those situations, you have to do more work on the front end than the back end. Now, my hope would be you never have to deal with one of those. I literally was having to copy and paste the board rules and script the email for this person so they could send it to the past supervisor of like, I need my records within 30 days. Here is the rule that matches that. So it was kind. I did it in a kind way, but it was also in a way of like, this needs to happen, or we will take the steps we need to take to notify, the board or the council or whoever it is. So that's not fun, and no one wants to do that, and I don't want to do that. So it even got to the point that the supervisor found out who the new one was, which was me, because obviously it's on the website, and they contacted me personally. If you need to watch out for this person, and here's what they did, and I'm going to report them, and I'm thinking, well, that's great. I'm going to report you if you report them. So I don't want to be involved, in the circus, but sometimes, we'll inherit a situation. But I would also say on the side of when you're inheriting, what is the one thing that you have to make sure that you do? Does anybody know from having been through before or situations? What do you have to do if you're going to inherit someone who's been in supervision with someone else?
You have to talk to the previous supervisor. You absolutely must. Check references.
That's exactly right. So you may get some sob story that sounds like, oh, they were done so wrong, type thing. But if you get both sides, because usually there's truth, a little truth on both sides, but guess what? They were a part of a system. And if you come from systems background at all in counseling or have a belief in systems, we do a lot of family work around here. There's two parties involved. So you don't just go on what one person's telling you. You're going to try to check before you take them on, is what they're telling me really accurate? And I can say, even with the number of people I've trained, over this last decade, and people that have inherited people from me who I trained, them, I really don't ever have anyone follow up. Maybe one time have someone reached out and said, hey, I'm going to take them on, tell me, are there any things I need to know? So it's just so rare, we forget to do it, and that is just a must do, not by the council, but when you're in that, taking on the risk of supervising, and most of us, I think, are not wanting it to be more difficult than working with clients. So that would be, something to do, absolutely. So you've got your two. Any questions on that one? What to do? Got it? Okay, we'll head into number 3. That's the rules. So knowing the rules is obviously a have-to-have kind of thing, because there is no way that I can teach hundreds of pages of rules and teach, I'm not even in the teacher role all the time with them, within an 18-month period, seeing them an hour a week and needing to discuss all the clients that they're seeing and everything else. So I highly recommend that you put that in their court as much as possible. And those are the handouts that you received for today. So we'll look at them because they have the changes, but they are up to date with the February 28th, effective rules that just went into play. So you would utilize those with the supervisees. You have a question set and then you have a question answer set. You give them the question set and you teach them how to go to the BHEC website, and you show them where to look, and you help them figure out how to dig for those rules. So you want them looking for them, because at that point, if something happens and there's a complaint, you can show the assignments that you've had them do. They knew because they've done this for me, instead of I was responsible and liable to help, teach every little thing, or for them to know, even if they're doing something they never tell me about, I still could know, that they had followed through. It is a long assignment. If you've been through my main training, it's a good 10 hours, if they're doing it full out, because you have to sit with highlighter, and kind of writing through and getting the answers written out. So it's something that you don't give as a week assignment and the next week you want it done. It's something you need to give them a heads up. It's going to take a long time. You could also have them watch an ethics training or do something like that. Some of ours here choose to watch me for 3 hours on a video versus wanting to do that assignment. I don't blame them, but at least by the end, they know what it is. So you decide what's going to work the best for you, but I'd highly recommend utilizing those documents you just got, because we put a lot of effort into making sure they're up to date, and it makes a big difference that we've seen, as I use it with supervisees. So the fourth one is the Cultural Genogram. And that one's the last of the 4 core. So you also got like a supervision article. It was a PDF that you got, and some other things. The goal being, and you have an example of a cultural genogram that you can use. I got permission from a student I had in a class to utilize theirs, so it's a real one. But they would go through and create, their cultural genogram. It's also great. I'll have some who've been adopted, and they're like, how do I fill this out? I don't know anything. Okay, well, let's just fill it out on the family that you do know. What about this situation? Like, I don't, my parents are gone, I'm not sure. So it at least lets me also know their life experience of where they're at, on what they can get information on, what they can't, what we have to discuss. And that one has within it that they are looking at 3 generations of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender, disability, mental health. It says concerns. It's not like mental health is a concern. We're all in the field and we all have mental health issues to some degree. So it's just looking at, severity is where concern comes in. And then spirituality and faith orientation. So they're filling this out for the generations. Why in the world, would I do that? Well, a big piece, it helps because it allows me to see life experiences that they've had. It brings up topics of conversation, like how are you seeing that choices you're making are very different, than what you experienced, in your family. The reason behind it is that depending on the population they're working with, it could give me a lot of information on do they have any experience with that population. If they've had none, from their previous experience in the field, and they've had none from their life experience, then I probably need to do a lot more training versus less training. So it's not about trying to find all the problems. It also does have on there the mental health pieces, which would let me know like what's kind of been in their family line. Every family line has something, and are they aware of it? Do they acknowledge it? And do I need to know about anything? So is my supervisee bipolar? And if I just ask them that, it would be like I was counseling them versus if I have something on a cultural genogram, that's a little different, So it's a way of getting some of that information without it being so up close and personal, but also helps in the populations that they're working with. So those are the 4, that I would start with. You don't have to do them back to back. We all know with teaching, if you start out, stricter, that you can loosen up and that's a lot easier to do than a friend that I talked to this week who teaches yearbook and, it's been really loose for the first of the semester. Now they have all the pictures and everything and now it's really serious. And the students, were not responding quite as well to that. So if you start out with your first 4, somewhere within that first couple of month period, I would say, and giving them time though in between, and not treating it like you're a professor and they have to get their assignment done, but using it as in you need to complete it too. It would be a big help, if you do the assignment as well and you were able to sit with them and show your genogram, and you're able to sit and show your supervisor genogram, and talk about your Yoon typology. Because your Yoon typology as a supervisor, maybe it's really hard for me. I am not a J by nature and keeping up with deadlines is not easy. Will you help me? Because I want to make sure we get these forms right. So I'm going to say that on the front end. So it's not just about they have to be, criticized or analyzed or investigated, to the furthest degree. You're using it as a joint situation, as in let's talk, about what my Yoon typology is and what yours is and how we're different. Please let me know if I'm ever not meeting your needs. Let's look at what we both experienced in supervision and you normalize, yeah, I had some experiences that I didn't really want to have, or I had a lot of great ones and I've worked with people who didn't have great ones. So however you utilize it is just recognizing it's topics of conversation that keep them from being a client and help to promote how do we build that relationship on the front end. Like, how do you do that? What is my intake with a supervisee? You know, and being able to get started with them so that we've shared and we've joined in the process. And these are what those are, you know, for me. So whether you choose to use one of them or two of them or all of them or none of them is totally up to you, but they're just resources, you know, to help in the process as you get started. So what questions can I help with? Because we're finishing with this 4 core here. I want to make sure that I've answered any questions you might have on how to use it, how to give it, what to do. So please ask if you have any. Has anybody been using anything else similar to this to try to build a relationship that you found that's worked really well? So refresher for those of you who've been through before, you know, just reminders, but that hasn't changed. I would stick with these 4, and you should have all the tools between those handouts she was sending you by email. That's why they weren't all for today, is because some of them are to actually give them. So the way that I tend to set it up, and I'll go ahead and show you, I'll probably show you some more things later, but we'll get started here and I'll share the screen. I'm just heading into Google Drive. That's what we've tended to use that works. I found to work the best for me. You use what works the best for you. Okay, since I head in there, I've got one called Portfolio is what I call it. You don't have to call it that. It's just worked well for me. And I have a folder called New Supervisee. And so for a new supervisee, I would send them into share access, give them access to this folder. So it really saves a lot of time and effort on my part, because all I'm doing is I start sharing something and I don't have to do much else. So the less responsibility on me, the better, because I'll forget. And so if I head in here, the first folder is a release folder. So under releases, they would have access to a video release, you know, because they'll probably need to be showing video at some point. There's a student intern release, so we've had some students, so they've used that one. I've had people who are off-site, meaning they work off-site. They don't work internally within CCFAM, as we call it. And so they would use that off-site supervisor release as they get started with me. And we'll see those documents later today, that paperwork, so no fears, we'll get there. And the last one is an LPC associate release for a client, because we have to notify clients that they're an associate and who their supervisor is. So all that they do is they go here for clean copies. So anytime they need clean copies, need access, they come here. The next folder that's there is logs and documentation. So in that folder, I'm going to have clean copies of their logs that they need to be completing, whether that's for the Association for Play Therapy, whether it's for LPC, LMFT. Again, these are logs that we'll look at later today, but they can grab them from here and utilize them. And there's also a weekly documentation form we'll look at later. So they would use that as well. And that last one then is First Steps, and that's why I was showing it to you right now. So when you get to First Steps, it has, if it opens up, it has the handouts that you've been given by email. So it has these question sets. These are a little different because they're not the newest ones, so they may be titled a little bit differently than what you're looking at. But they would get these question sets so that they could complete them. We had an LPC version, LMFT, and then a combined, and we're not doing the combined one anymore. I think it's too confusing. And so if they are duly licensed, you just give them both sets and they have to complete them both. The reason is it goes through the rules sequentially so that they can find the answers. And when you try to combine it, they're in different spots within rules, and so a little more confusing that way. So what I have in here is that Cultural Genogram example that you all already have as a handout you received as well, and these pre-training homework documents, so you've got it, it's just included there. But I created a new Word doc, and it's called First Steps and Activities. So I share it with them, and it says, you know, a few things. I know it's a little bit out of date, but it tells them, first thing, you're gonna get your talent insights. You're gonna figure out, you know, how do these traits help you as a counselor? How do they hinder you? Second thing, I gave you 2 sheets that talk about a Supervision Genogram. Using that, you're going to create one, you know, and then we'll talk about it in supervision, and you're going to include these things. So you literally can copy and paste the manual I'm giving you into a document that then you share with them. You might want to change the wording just a tad, so that they can see it. And then we've got the Cultural Genogram, same. It's the same instructions I'm giving you, except adapted a little bit, so it's for them. And the fourth one is the ethics questions. So that's how I get started with those 4, instead of me having to hand them things all the time. It's just within, the portfolio, and you can have access to it that way. So I'm trying to think. That would be, the idea of what I try to do that has seemed to be a help to them, in the process, and a way to get this information to them and streamline it. So if you're at an agency where you're like, I have everyone, here who needs to be supervised, and you're trying to keep up with all of them, it's also really hard, as you know, when you have multiple, to figure out who did I give what. Like, I don't remember what we've done or when we did it or how it got done. So by doing it this way, I can say, what of those assignments have we gotten done? Okay, you head to the next one. What have you done? Okay, you do the next one. And that way they have it. And it's not me having to be in charge. It's them having to take responsibility to get it. So there are no excuses for logs or documentation forms or releases. They had it from the very beginning when we first signed on together. So that would be a way to streamline it. So any questions on any of that? So activity 5 is attachment style. That link takes you to an assessment that you can do, but I will tell you, it is not the be-all end-all. This is not some in-depth, anything. What it is when you have a supervisee and they received no information on attachment that they can remember when they were in school. So I had someone that really liked working with adults and couples. And they even went through a school that is known, for teaching, play, and attachment and all these things. But in graduating, really there was no reference point at all for attachment, or why attachment might be important, or why it even should matter to them, to explore that with clients. You could utilize something like this, and it will have a description of the attachment styles. It's better than not having anything. So what I did is, because I'm a trust-based relational intervention practitioner, I have access to a lot of videos on attachment, and so we watched a video. I think we were doing like a makeup supervision session, and so for 2 or 3 hours we watched this video together. And I gave them a couple of questions. Here are a couple of questions that I would ask clients, every client that you're with, to try to get the answer to, that are adapted and morphed from the adult attachment interview, just so it's not that you have to be certified in it, it's just a couple of questions. So they left, took it, okay, whatever, kind of thing. But it was not, not that long, maybe a week or 2 later, that coming back in, they were referencing, Rhonda, everyone that I see has an attachment issue. Yes, I know. And so it was really great conversation on being able for them to explore with couples, what did they experience growing up? Because obviously that impacts their couple relationship together. But all they were getting context for was like the more solution focused, just right now forward, which I'm not saying you have to dwell in the past forever by any means, but having a reference point is really helpful. And so that's how we utilized it. So whether you use this, you're going to have to do a little more conversation and training if you use a link like this, because it's not a be-all end-all, but it's a start, of something to help start the ball rolling of conversation. Activity 6 is the values clarification that you have on page 11 and 12. So 11 is for the supervisee to complete, and 12 is for the supervisor. So what I want you all to do is to use the one, it's on page 12 for me, and it says values clarification for supervisor, and I want you to look through it. What I don't want you to do is do not use it the way it was written. It says to rate each element 1 to 5. That is way too much information to sift through. You will never use it. It's not as helpful. So I would tell you either mark your top 3 priorities for supervision. You could do 5 if you wanted. I like 3. So go ahead and number them. This is my top priority, this is my second one, this is my third one. So I'm gonna give you all, like 4 or 5 minutes to do that, and we'll blend that in with our break time. So we're gonna come back together at 45 after. So you've got time for a break, and to fill this out, come up with what are my top 3 priorities as a supervisor. So any questions before we come back at 45 after? Okay, everybody good? We will see you soon then. Okay, so what did you all come up with? So give me some ideas. What was a priority, top priority that you identified, or top one or two?
Like learning about counseling.
Learning about counseling. They want them to be a learner, so they want to grow. Yes.
Needed to be a better therapist.
To say they want to be a better therapist? Yes. Okay. So wanting to grow, hopefully, and develop, and that's part of supervision. Yes. And somebody else was trying to go.
Yeah, Mary Nixon. Supervising is emotionally healthy.
Oh, yes. Emotionally healthy. It helps if we've dealt with some of our stuff, or we're trying to. Absolutely. Okay. What else?
I had that they have ethical behavior, that they improve skills with clients, and that they're emotionally healthy also.
Okay. So ethical.
One of mine is that they're honest with me.
So honesty, like honest with her as a supervisor, or something that's getting said. Yeah, same.
Similar values, what?
Similar values. Okay. Any others want to weigh in?
Having a sense of partnership, being able to work, with a good relationship, but also having clear boundaries.
Yeah, so wanting a partnership within supervision, but yes, clear boundaries.
Encouraging creativity.
Okay, encouraging creativity. Okay.
I had using questions to gain clarity.
Okay, using questions to gain clarity. I mean, yeah, we've got like a, what'd you say?
Kind of like that. Also, it kind of ties in with self-awareness.
Yes, it does tie in with self-awareness. Yeah, absolutely. So you're mentioning great ones. It sounds like you were finding some things. So what if I tell you that mine are none of the ones that you're mentioning? Or choose for priorities. I know, that's where we get, because as you're noticing, like some of them blend together. It's like, well, it could be this one or it could be that one. Like they're both, similar. They mean the same thing. But I actually, when I go for priorities, I'm like almost dead in the middle. There's having a contract for supervision, and then there's keeping records of supervision sessions. So those are two. And then like ethical behaviors near the bottom, there were some other ones that could allude to ethics. So those would be the three for me. And so I'm sure the question is, those don't sound real fun, Rhonda. Like that's not why I wanted to be a supervisor. Yes, I know. You're looking at it more, think about it in the field one or even outside, but we're going for the domino effect. So like, what are the foundational pieces that I have to have so that the other dominoes can fall, and they're gonna fall very easily, and naturally. Or if you're thinking about it like working with a couple, if we work on communication and conflict resolution, then what we do with our free time and where we spend, some of our resources and some of those would easily, fall into place much more easily, not easily, but much more easily than they would if we haven't worked on communication and conflict resolution and we just jump into finances and sex, which are the top two conflict categories. So you're looking at what are the couple of things that are going to help set us on the right trajectory, so that the rest of those pieces that you're mentioning that are great things, like everything on here, are great things to want in supervision. So creativity, partnership, ethics, all of these things, they're great. How do you make that happen? Well, the truth is that they're seeing us because they want to be able to count their hours. Like, isn't that the whole reason we have the setup with the council of having this credential of being a supervisor, and of representing, the council in that way? And so if I'm not making that a priority and letting them know that these are my priorities on the front end, the other things are great, but it's not exactly what it was meant to be, like the whole point of protecting the public, helping them reach full licensure, making sure they're being ethical. They're not the funnest things, but if we do those, then the others can fall right afterward. So it's really helpful to have them fill out the one for them, because yes, keeping records of supervision sessions and having a contract are never chosen, ever. I've never had those chosen in all my years of supervising by a supervisee. But if you let them know the contract's there, so we both know what to expect. So when you have that supervisee who shows up and starts telling you they can't afford to see you and they can't pay that week, and then you're like, well, what's the plan? And you're hoping it'll be the next week, and we've got a couple weeks in and we still can't afford it. We have a contract that says like what they're paying me, or when we meet, if they stop showing up and they're not there, and you've agreed how often you're meeting and when and where. So setting these things out on the front end of what I'm expecting from you, and especially if they do lack honesty, came up earlier as a trait that we're really wanting in a supervisee. If I find out that they haven't been fully honest with me, in some way about something, then I'm going to have had that in the contract or in the expectation so that they know this is something that has to happen, and it's something I can hold them accountable for later if it doesn't happen. So the contract's there to be preventative. It's not required by the council. There's no one that's ever going to ask to see that, unless there's a complaint and you're having to drag up all your stuff. But it's more about, am I doing on the front end, are we agreeing, and more than just verbally, because that becomes a he said, she said, or she said, on exactly what happened. And so by having that, I'm going to help protect, myself and them. And I'm trying to make sure, just like, when you, get, like get a driver's license, you're agreeing I'm doing these things. When you're supervising, I'm agreeing I'm doing these things. So we're just setting it up more for success. So however you want to choose it, if you want to rethink them, but I would encourage you to get it filled out the way you want it. You don't have to pick the ones I gave you. I'm just telling you why I picked them. If you'll keep it around and keep it filled out, then you can have the supervisees do this other one. You can use it like an evaluation. You can use it as one of the front end build a relationship activities, because it helps to set expectations. It doesn't really evaluate them professionally, but it's just an evaluation of like the process and where we're at. And so me and what I'm focused on. It'll help it make sense to them, more, and why you're doing what you're doing. So that would be using values clarification. So from there, we move into activity 7. And that one is, let me make sure. Yeah, I did try. I was like, did I turn that on? I did. I'm trying to keep track of myself here today since I'm doing it on my own. So activity 7 is the movie. And you can choose any movie. It does not have to be, I gave you a website you can go to, and guess what? You can even get a cinema certification if you really want one. So, but I'm not doing that, but it's a matter of, hey, head to this website, choose anything you want, based on the population that they're working with, what they're doing, they could watch it. The problem is when you have someone off-site is that you never see their clients, you don't see them interacting. It's really hard to know what's going on. So that would be the time that I would use something like this. It's not with every supervisee, but if I'm not meeting clients, at least if I have an idea of the same movie that they watched, or I get a synopsis of it, then I could have them recreate like a treatment plan. What are the questions you should be asking? Were there any ethical things, to make note of? So it gives us a topic of conversation about like a pretend client, because I'm not going to see the real one, if they're not showing me video and some of those things aren't happening. So it's just an alternative that you would have in there. It is not a have to do by any means. So from there, we head into these activities when they get stuck. So we had our core 4, we threw in some extras with the values clarification, the movie, and so we head into these. What question did you have, Claire?
So would you have them watch it with you in the soup, okay, they would watch it on their own time?
Yeah, I would. So if you want to pick a movie you've seen so that you don't have to put in extra work to read the synopsis, go for it. But it's just more about, you don't have to have seen the whole thing. We're just wanting to see, can they think? Like, who's the client? What's the treatment plan? What's the steps? What are the goals? What got accomplished? What didn't? Ethically, what do we need to keep in mind? So you're just trying to get them to think and find out what they learned in school. What do they know? You know, because I have no clue. So I wouldn't watch it with them. No, I mean, you could, you know, if you're just trying to make up time, but I wouldn't worry about that one too much. Great question. Any others before we head into these? Okay, this other realm. Okay, so we'll head into the ones when they're stuck. And y'all have asked great questions. Feel free to continue to ask as you've got them. So the first one is that thinking bubble map. I just gave you a picture of it. I'm better with images. Maybe that has meaning for you. I just pulled it off a website. But a thinking bubble map, if they're stuck, then we have them in the middle realm. They're going to be starting to list out, like, here's what the presenting problems were. So I had a 22-year-old come in, they're abusing a substance, they are, you know, maybe they're suicidal, you know, depressed, whatever it might be that's going on. Here's what was on their intake. That's middle circle. So then we come out with what I call the sticks and other bubbles. I don't know what you call them. And then we're going to go into, great. So you knew their presenting problem. What all have you assessed while you've had them? So have we asked about their support system? That's a bubble. Have we asked about the family they grew up in? That's a bubble. Have we asked about who they live with? Have we asked about their job? Have we asked about their mental health history? Do we know their family's mental health history? So you can see, like, you're trying to go around, you know, the circle of, like, what are all the things to explore and to ask questions about. So when they get stuck, I just have them create more sticks and bubbles. Great. So you found out this. What else would we need to know? So you assess family history, you got some information. How could you go a little deeper into that? Well, we could get into, like, attachment, you know, a relationship with a parent. Like, what are the memories that stand out? Or what trauma, you know, is there? So we just want to dig deeper. So view it like we're digging, you know, deeper into and trying to ask questions of the supervisee that then they are needing to do when they're in the supervision room. So just using, you know, an image sometimes helps as they're, you know, mapping out exactly like where they need to head next or what direction to go next. So that's thinking bubble map. Activity 9 would be journaling a difficult client. Some of you may have done that when you were in school. Could be a help, like if you were writing out what's really going on, like what are the things that are coming up, what am I primarily doing. 10, if you had concerns about a supervisee and you're just thinking, I need some more feedback to know what we might need to be working on. For free, you can find the session rating scale and outcome rating scale. They are just, I think it's like 5 or 6 questions. It's a Likert scale. It's not super in-depth, but it would give you a little bit of feedback. If you subscribe to it, my best understanding, all of it can be done like on an iPad from the weight room, you know, or in a session with an iPad. Otherwise, you're doing the printed version and the supervisee is just either needing to ask the questions out loud and mark it, or you're having to do the paper version and somebody's having to help initiate that while they're in the weight room, you know, after a session, before, whenever it is. So I wouldn't say this is not one that we've used, you know, full out all the time. There was one time that we had some questions about what are the client's experiences of being with this person so that we could help them, you know, reach their potential, which is our goal for everyone we have with us, myself and everyone else. And so we came up with an evaluation and we received some back for clients. And that was on a fully licensed person. And we did it, you know, for, I don't know, maybe a couple of week period just to see. And it did bring up some good information and help that person grow and work through, because we're behind closed doors all the time. It's really hard to know how to help someone move forward, whether it's a supervisee or someone who's been in the field longer, but maybe they're with a different population now, whatever it might be. So that session rating scale, outcome rating scale. Activity 11 is the 6-stage model of change, and that is listed on page 15. If you're like, I don't remember the 6-stage model of change, and I don't know what those stages are. You have it, so it's accessible there. They usually have visited it in school, and they have utilized it and had it as a talking point. So it's very easy as they start talking about a client not just asking about diagnosis and treatment plan, but like which stage do you think that they're in? Because how often do we have a supervisee, and as they're with us, they're talking and they're really wanting everyone to be in stage 4 of action. And there's all this confusion of like, why isn't my client making progress? And they're blaming themselves, or they're blaming their client, or whatever it is, that might be going on. But really, they haven't gone back to looking at, have they even bought in yet to counseling? So using this versus just diagnosing could help to set the pace and normalize what their expectations can be with clients as they're going through that process of learning how to work with them. So that's 6-stage model. The next one is the self-care, self-reflection article. What it can do, there are some things it can do and some things I would not use it for. If I were going to use this, I would only use the top portion. I look at it less as a self-care and more as a self-awareness, because it's asking some questions like, how often do you become aware of your physical self during a session? How often does your self-awareness feel more like self-consciousness? How often do you feel that your thoughts and reactions have interfered with your performance as a therapist? So it's all about their relationship with the client and their reactions, and like, are they yawning? Are they, more focused on themselves than who they're with? It's just giving some basic answers, but it's them evaluating themselves instead of it coming from me. And if they'll have honesty, if I've created a safe space where they know they can be honest, find things they need to work on, we've been able to join together and have a relationship, is that, hopefully I'm going to find out some more things. How could we work on that? Like, what would help you to be more confident and less self-conscious? I had that conversation with a supervisee this week. Like, what does that even look like? Is it really the confidence of, I went to the Just Right training and the Just Right book, and I now have the Just Right knowledge so I can help every person that I'm with? Or is some of it being comfortable in your own skin and being able just to be in the room with them to find out what you might need to work on? But knowing maybe the time of day I'm seeing clients is not ideal for me, and I know that, but I'm trying to get towards my hours so I can choose my schedule, so I'm dealing with it. But they could admit, I'm not my best person at 8 p.m., versus, at 10 a.m. So everyone being aware and just being able to acknowledge it. I don't use the bottom half because I don't think whenever you're noticing yourself more in a session that you need a vacation. It'd be great if that was everyone's answer and we had 52 weeks of vacation a year. It'd be awesome, but we don't. And so I go less for like, let's find a solution because something's wrong, more for, I just want information on how they're doing in sessions. So that's how I use that one. The next one is the reminder card. So it's activity 13. It's encouraging motivation to change. It's from motivational interviewing. And I found that if I give it to a supervisee when they're stuck, is the one that, tends to stand out the most as they look through it is usually number 4. So do I encourage the person to talk about the reasons for not changing? It may be really obvious to me why they should change. Either it's life-threatening, or they're not going to have a place to live, or, whatever it might be. But there's some reason that they're not. It does serve some purpose. And have we thoroughly explored, like, why they're not changing? So giving them permission to explore that with a client versus always feeling like they have to find a way for change to happen. The last one is that play therapist Ask Yourself, and it just has, from a website, just has some of those basic questions. As I'm coming out of a play session, like one that I'm struggling with, what do I need to consider? Do any of these factors come into play, in that relationship with that child? So we had the core 4 we looked at. We had some extras that, can be good to use, they're not have to do. And then we've headed into when they're stuck. Just lots of options. I do not give all these activities to anyone that I've ever worked with. So I'm going to give the 4 core, and the others are just resources. If it would be a help, then give it. If it's not going to be help, that's okay. Then just pass it by. It's just meant for you to have, a place to come back to. I am struggling in this situation with the supervisee. What is really going on? Could I utilize any of these tools, to be able to help us, just like you would with clients? We have lots of things in a toolbox. What would we want to utilize? And then the last one you've got, and once we get past all those, is the interpersonal process recall. So IPR was meant to be more like in school. You have a videotape, and you've got, I think it's got 5 categories, if I remember, 6 categories. What you do not want to do is to give this all at once. So do not give this all at once to a supervisee. It is way too much information and way too many questions. Just like the values clarification we looked at, just skim that down. So what I would do is I would just give 1 category. If you know one that they're struggling with more than another, then I would focus on that one. What questions would be most helpful for them? So it could either be exploring like affective reactions that are there, what are their feelings, what's going on, maybe what are the unstated agendas, so what is not being said or done that they're really wanting. Cognitive examination. It has getting at images, exploring mutual perceptions between the client and the counselor. So how is that client feeling towards that counselor, and do they know? Do they have an idea? And then we head into searching out expectations, which that impacts obviously counseling a lot. So if I'm wanting to see progress for them, or I'm basing their progress on me, that it reflects on me, or whatever it is, like what message is underlying everything as I'm working with them. So that could be help as well. Whether you have video or don't have video, it still could be helpful in case consultation, but obviously I think everyone could probably agree that seeing video is much more helpful than a case consult. But sometimes we can do that, and it's really, sometimes even attempting to do that, you can only watch so much. Are they comfortable enough to show their worst moments? Are they only showing their best moments? Like, am I getting reality when I'm looking at it? There's a lot of factors that come into play. But it could be one that could be a help as well. So if you used it at its fullest, that's like 6 sessions right there, supervision sessions. So again, I wouldn't bring them in like where they have homework every single week they're with you. But as you're noticing they're really needing to work on something, or they're noticing they're wanting to work on something, you can slide some of these in, to help in the process by providing an opportunity for evaluating that's more than just us talking. So it's more than the talk piece. The others I gave you are just extras. Some of you are more from a play realm, or you may come from an artistic background, whatever that might be. And so those were extra ones that you could utilize in supervision. I could easily have them do a picture or a sand tray or whatever that represents supervision to them. And if I have them do that, then I'm going to do one. Let me do, a picture or a sand tray or whatever that represents my relationship with them in supervision. Like, what is it like for me, as well as what is it like for them? So it could be with a client, and it could be based, make a sand tray based on this client and their world, or it could be themselves in supervision. However you want to blend all these perspectives, it's just remembering we are a part of a system. And I said this to my supervisees before, I'm watching for how you're talking about a client, how fast you're talking, how passionate they are, how in depth it may go, because I probably, if I really pay attention, have a great indication of what's going on in the room if I pay attention to how they're describing it to me in case consultation. So if they're getting really frustrated and they want the just right answer and they want to fix the situation, and what I'm giving just does not seem like it is, meeting the mark for their expectations, that's probably the same thing that's happening with the client in the room. And they're really struggling, like, how do I respond to this? You know, I think we were talking about that. Someone was in supervision recently in the last week or so, and it was the parents sat down, they're like, well, how am I going to know that things are changing? How do I know things are getting better? You know, and the supervisor really, you know, was giving some guidance. I'm not sure how that supervisee responded in the moment, but the supervisor responded with, yeah, let's role play this out. So I'd be like, yeah, those are really great questions, aren't they? Like, we both would want to know, you know, how we know things are getting better. What are the things that we could be watching for? Like joining with them versus I'm a supervisee and now I feel pressured to tell you about research and play therapy and how play therapy works. And, you know, it should be this many sessions when really they're needing a joining. There's anxiety there, obviously, and wanting to make sure, do you know what you're doing? Are you educated enough to help me? Which can also happen with associates where they're questioning their abilities, you know, and their skills. So however you want to use art and movement, you've got some pictures there that are on page 22, and they go with the page previous. At the bottom, it says Dixit 7, Revelation, and cards. So that's, you just lay cards out and they select a card that reminds them of working with that client. Or they select a card that reminds them of the, you know, of current supervision with you. So you would pick one as well. So again, anything you have them do, I'd highly encourage doing as well with them. So you're in a joint process adventure and not like a client, you know, and I'm having you do things, but I'm not joining with you in it. So lots of options. So any questions that you have, we've hit on a lot of things in this section, I know. These are the things that make this training different a majority of the time, but it's just like, how do we start building that relationship, you know, as we go through. And when I gave you responses that are non-direct versus direct, we know in the play realm, there's all kinds of argument over that. So whichever direction you want to come from, you can respond to their art or their collage or their sand or whatever, direct or non-direct. So look through this section, see if there's like one or two things you want to commit to. So did something, you know, stand out? Here's my bite-sized chunk, something from this morning piece that we've been looking at. You look through it, see if you can write yourself some notes. Here's what I want to do. Don't try to do it all at once, and see if there's a question that you can come up with to get you thinking from the standpoint of, if you were implementing it, what would you need to know? How can I help? Process recall?
I know, like you said, like watching a session would be way better to go through those questions. But if like I send them to my supervisee before and say prepare kind of these answers based on one session, all the sessions.
Absolutely. I'd probably do it on one, because obviously it's a lot of questions and they're more in-depth. It's a great question. So if you're going to use interpersonal process recall, you don't have a video, I would send it to them or give it to them, you know, as they're leaving, whatever, and just say, yeah, why don't you pick a session this week that you think, you know, was the session that didn't go as well as you wanted it to. I'm sure not ever, there are plenty of sessions that don't go quite like we wanted, but just choose one that you thought maybe you were the least effective in, and answer the questions based on that. Like, let's talk about it when you come back the next time. You know, let's see what might be going on behind the scenes or underneath, you know, everything that would help in moving forward with the client.
I think it would also be interesting to, if you're doing the interpersonal process recall with somebody on a session that they don't feel like went very well, it'd also be interesting to say, and go ahead and have the client do an evaluation of that session as well. Because sometimes what I've learned over the years with me personally and with supervisees is sometimes our perception of how a session went is very different from our perception of, you know, perception of the client. We think it was fabulous. We hit it out of the park. The client's fixed forever. And they're like, no. Or the opposite. We feel like that didn't do anything. And the client was like, that was the most helpful thing ever, you know. So, and that's really good for supervisees to see, I think.
Absolutely. That's really great to bring up, you know, because there is a side of, that's what they lack the most that I think confidence brings in, is just the ability to give permission. Like, I'm wondering, you know, would you mind if we touched on, you know, the last session that we had, and what was the main takeaway? for you, if there were like one or two things that you took away, or, it seemed like even in our relationship with each other, as we were communicating, I was struggling, or I talked to a supervisee this week and it was feeling like if he starts going towards a topic, the client starts redirecting, looking the other directions, gets highly uncomfortable, whatever it might be. And so I said, well, have you brought up, even I'm not sure how to go about, I'm noticing how uncomfortable it is for you, and that's making me uncomfortable, bring it up too, because I'm not wanting to create tension or anxiety, for you. So like, have we even talked about what's in the room? Because they don't learn to do that in school. They don't know how to do that. And for some clients who've had trauma, like, you've got to figure out what's the babyest step that we can get to. And it might just be learning to have communication and relationship with you. How do you do that? And what does that look like? Because if a client's never experienced it, like from a parent figure or caregiver, or in their intimate relationship they're in, or with anyone, like, you're it, and they're it, our supervisees are it. So how do you allow for some of that? So it's great, to bring that up, because absolutely, is that piece. Anybody else have a question or a thought as you're looking through?
Just curious, these 3 images that are on here above the response art instructions, or was there something specific about those 3 images, or are they just?
I had said those go with the Dixit 7 cards. So on the page, you're good, on the page previous, so they just kind of bled to the next page. It was just showing you, if you're like, what is a Dixit 7 card? Because no one knows what that is. It was like, hey, you could use pictures, here's an example of something on Amazon that you could purchase if you wanted. You don't have to. But like, what would that be? So that's a great question. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, I know that we're talking about lots of things, and I talk quickly too, so I know that we're trying to put in a lot of information at once. Yes.
So I have a supervisee who, she works at a nonprofit, and it's very, they do equine therapy, and then she does the skills-based counseling, but again, like, they call it skills-based training, and they kind of incorporate a little bit of counseling in it. And so even looking at some of this, I'm like, okay, how can I help her? But I think that six-stage model of change would
yes,
probably be really helpful too. And even with utilizing it with the parents, because that's somebody that she talks to a lot, because a lot of these children have autism, or they might have very severe behavioral issues, that sort of thing. So it sounds like maybe that might be a good start for her. But is there anything that you found with maybe working with people who might, or supervisees who might be working in more of that skills-based training space, that could work better? Or
it's a great question. Well, the 6-stage helps, like you're saying, model of change, because they're having to recognize, when am I moving from skills into more of the counseling, which it would be important. I know what the government pays for is the skills side. That's why they're usually doing that one. so that's why it becomes a part of it, and then it gets some counseling mixed in too, so we can count hours. So yes, I think something like that is going to help, because it would acknowledge. But even there's still an awareness, when we looked at interpersonal process recall, of like, what am I wanting the client to do or to say, even if I'm teaching skills. It doesn't have to be full out counseling, but what am I experiencing? What am I seeing they're experiencing? What am I wishing would happen? Whatever it might be, there's, especially with equine or anything, there are those moments of like, what's about to happen now? Like, I'm telling them they can't do X, or they can't do Y. These are children on the spectrum, or adults, it sounds like, whoever it may be. And so now I don't get control of the situation while they have to make the choice and what they're going to do and how am I going to respond. So being able to even somatically, I think, focus on what's going on for them internally when all this is happening. Are they joined in? Are they really, separated and they've got some distance there, so they're distancing? Are they in it with them? What is going on? So I think you use whatever they're doing, and find ways for them to explore like how to improve, or what their hopes are. But the goal is they're not going to be doing what they're doing right now forever either. So do they have some tools for later on, some other places? Yeah, that's a great question. Okay, well, I hope they're a help. And the more that you incorporate them, I was in my own consultation session showing a video not that long ago, and I had shown this client several times, and I've had this client, I had them for a really long time, and knew I've given everything I can probably give at this point, but they had chosen to stay with me. And so it was interesting because as we're watching it, and I know what I'm training in, I know exactly like how to implement it, I can do it, I know it's what I want to be doing, but with this client, it just never failed. As I would show video or whatever happened, that client avoids this like the plague. There's a lot of things they don't want to do, there's resistance towards, but definitely this piece. And it was really interesting because I brought it up. It wasn't even a consultant, and I was like, why am I doing it with this client? Like, why with others, or when we're in the trainings and I'm doing the experiential pieces, I can do it just fine. Like I know it's what I want, for my own sessions. So why is it happening? And it was so interesting because I started realizing several pieces, and that this client is someone who kind of has the victim role that they play of, everyone just wants something from me. Everybody either needs money or they need this, or I am their person, or whatever it is. The reality is, I don't think that that's necessarily the truth. Having been with them as long as I have and heard as many stories of the system and how it works, I think there's some truth, but the client obviously has a choice when they're choosing to be used. And so there was also a lack of wanting to acknowledge that I make that choice, or even that maybe I put myself in these situations because that's how I view my identity, and my role. And what had happened as I was talking and we had watched this video was that the same thing, I had let myself be manipulated because I had to be the person, for them. So they're for everybody else, but the same like baggage had flipped sides, over into the relationship with me. And so in talking through it, and recognizing, oh wow, like it's even bigger than, you realize it is, because it's your own clients, it's harder to think through it. So that's where us being willing to train and learn and grow, even as long as we've been, licensed, even as long as we've had experience, it really helped open, my eyes for me, and for me, where I realized I really need to let go of this client. Like, I've done my time, I have given lots of information, and I've given all the school, skills and tools and techniques that I'm going to be able to give. And so it was so interesting because I really was thinking through that session, and for me, I was praying over it before I went back. And as we went in, it came up as a topic without me bringing it up. And, yes, in some different ways that came about, that there was like this acknowledgement of, for me, I think what the consultant really held me to was, okay, you're saying this is the type of counseling you want to be doing. Like, this is what you're enjoying now. This is what you're passionate in. This is what you're training in. You've really committed to it. So you get to choose, do I want to continue to work with this person who does not want this at all? Even though they've said before, I won't go to anyone else. It's fine, even if we finish out, because we've tried different training. I've done different trainings through the years, even for them to some degree, and for myself to grow, but also to try to help these few select clients. And just realizing like that is not wanting to change. It's serving a purpose, but it's not exactly what I want to be doing either. Now, our associates don't get as many choices in that. They get the most complex cases, most complex clients, most difficult situations a majority of the time because they're associates. They're not getting to pick and choose necessarily what they want to do. But by me experiencing that, I can use that story to say, like, here's where you're trying to get towards. Like, this is your eventual goal, I know. is to be able to say, like, this is not my main rodeo here. You know, I want to do something different. And once they get towards full licensure and attain that, they have a lot more opportunities. We all know the field is definitely not diminishing at all at this point in time, at all. And so there's a wealth, you know, of opportunities that they can pursue. It's just they have to get towards that finish line, you know, and then that comes. So it's not to use the story like, you know, well, look what I can do. You can't do that. But more like that happens. There are clients that, you know, we've gotten them as far as we can, or it's just, you know, it's not a situation that's as helpful for them anymore, or it's not meeting what I'm passionate about anymore either. So therefore I can't be, wait 1 second, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, I think I got it. Sorry. Allergies. So either we just can't be exactly what they're needing, you know, right then, or it's not what we're wanting to do anymore. So just making decisions, like sifting, you know, and acknowledging this client's really not someone you would have chosen. You know, if you had more choices, you'd make that choice that, you know, continuing on would not be, you know, your first priority, and you'd want to give some referrals, you know, but based on where you're at, you're knowing this is what needs to happen for now, you know, and I wonder how you can grow through this despite, you know, how difficult it is. So all to say you can use them personally and to share personal stories, as well as helping them be able to move forward. The more you can share and be a part of the process with them, the more that it helps them, you know, and normalizes it too. So great questions you've asked. So the factors that predict alliance, as I'm on page 24 and looking, we've got style, and then there's expert and referent power. So the expert power base is that perception that the supervisor has knowledge and expertise that they don't. So hopefully I have some knowledge that they don't, or there's not a lot of point in being together. The second one is the referent power base. So that means that they see themselves as similar to me, meaning that I would be sharing these stories that I'm talking about so that they could see me as a counselor as well, you know, and someone who struggles. Position power is hopefully I am having them do their logs and I'm getting things signed off on so that I can make sure that they're where they need to be. And if something happened to me, they're going to be able to get credit and they're not left, you know, an alert. So that's part of doing like a cloud platform and it being shared, is that I don't have to worry about that. I can know if something happens, they know where to get their documents. The knowledge power is one that's open to question, because I've had someone before who was an LCDC. I am not an LCDC. I will never specialize in substance abuse, but they were wanting to grow, you know, and morph into doing many other things, not just being, you know, a substance abuse professional. And so being able to give information on that, I was going to have nothing to add if it was substance abuse related. If it had to do with the other clients they were seeing and trying to learn about and grow in populations, I had plenty. So it just means that one can go back and forth, and it's not a negative. You just have to decide, is it something I want to take on or not? If it's someone in a school district, I have chosen not to work with people in school districts, not because I don't like school districts, but because every district is so unique, and then you have FERPA and HIPAA, and then you have what that district allows, and I have never been in a school setting. I don't even know all the options that might be available and what another, you know, district may be doing that they could implement. So I've chosen not to take them because I feel like I don't have enough, you know, to offer to where they would be the most qualified, you know, professional when it came to that piece. So you just have to make decisions. So one is style, which is everything I gave you on the front end, personality, how we may go about things differently. Second is this power. Third goes into the self-disclosure we've been talking about. And then fourth, we go into attachment style, because guess what? Supervision is a lot like parenting in some ways. I do not have to be with them for 18 years. So if it's LPC, we've got this, you know, minimum of 18 months. But the difference is I can choose that the relationship is not working for either of us at any point in time, but it's still going to be very much like parenting when they're with me. And that just means not that I am, you know, trying to have power over them at all moments. But it means that the relationship they had with their parent and whatever baggage may come from that, they're probably going to put onto me. That piece of authority figures and how I respond to them, or the amount of encouragement I'm needing, or the amount of whatever. I may think that I'm encouraging them, like they're getting positive, I'm giving them options. But to them, encouragement may mean that they are not walking out every week with me going, that was fabulous, you couldn't have done anything better than that. Pat on the back, send them on their way. Well, that's not what supervision usually looks like with me, but that may be encouragement and all it looks like to them. So that parenting piece of just like, what are they really hoping for and needing? Are they looking at me as the be all end all and giving me way too much credit, for who I am or what I can bring to the table? So that's the attachment style. Fifth is that rapport. They're wanting strong rapport usually when they're newer supervisees, so that close relationship. When they've been in the field longer but maybe haven't pursued the licensure professionally per se, then it goes to those, values-based practice preferences. And then 6 would be evaluation. So how do I evaluate them? We'll look at those things this afternoon. And 7th would be the ethical behavior. So those are all the things that could impact my relationship with them and keep it from going where we would want it to go. So these are all the things that by doing some of these activities that you can make sure you're safeguarding them as much as possible. Because the factors that affect alliance are no different than a client. It's exactly the same. So resistance, shame, transference, all those kind of parenting pieces and counseling pieces, whatever they might be, they will come into play, and they will create, some friction there and the lack of alliance that gets built, and feeling like they have a safe relationship, and for you knowing that you can communicate with them, the way that you're wanting to. So that rounds out that section. So do you have any questions on this section right now? Why don't I spin you into groups so you can talk about what you just wrote down in your plan? Like, what do you want to do differently based on what we've discussed this morning, or how's what we've been focused on, how is it different than what you've been doing? Like, how will it work in your setting, not work in your setting? So let's make sure you get it personalized, because I want it solidified before we keep moving forward. So I'm going to give you, let's say, like a 10-minute mark. So it's just, what are you going to do differently based on what we've learned, or how can you apply what you've learned where you're at? So any questions on that before I throw you for that 10 minutes? Okay, I'll open the rooms up. Well, hopefully that helps solidify. I know they had some thoughts in here on things they wanted to implement. So any questions before we keep moving forward? Anybody? Nope. Okay. I'm going to change my mind just like based on time where we're at. I know you're fading out, and I know theories is your favorite thing, and that's why you signed up for this training today. So we're just going to go ahead and knock them out so that we've gone through them. Because the afternoon, when I get into, we'll just go in order of the meal, because when I get into the paperwork pieces, which is what comes after this, is when we hop on the website. That's when we can look at the rules, so we can go in depth, and you'll be in your lunch tiredness anyway, so it will wake you up, because it will bring lots of lively discussion, I'm sure. So let's end with theories as we head towards lunch break, and then we'll be able in the afternoon to get on that track. So we're headed into, I'm on page 25, into these supervision models. As I mentioned, we're just looking at the non-theory based ones, so we're just doing a flyover here. This is not an in-depth. And you'll want to remember, if you don't remember anything about the supervision theories, is that there's 2 different paths to be on. One of those paths is developmental, and the other path is social role. Now they do start to blend together because people create other models because they want their name on something or whatever their motive is. And so then it starts to morph, and it's like, that doesn't even look that different. But the goal originally in having 2 different paths was that the developmental is really just looking at the supervisee. So where are they at in their development? How far have they made it? Where are we trying to go? What has been accomplished? Just developmental. The social role, which is always an interesting title to me, but it goes back into just what is the role that I'm in as a supervisor, as well as where are they at developmentally. So if I'm recognizing, okay, the role that I'm in, and am I being in the teacher role more, and we're about to look at these, or the consultant role more, wherever I am, will that help me know, like we've been stuck in this one spot, we might need to move further on. So one is more supervisee, one is more our relationship together in supervision. So developmental is the first one we're going to look at. And the first one there is the most popular one. It's that stage developmental model. It's called the Integrated Developmental Model, or it's known as IDM for short. So you can find whole books that are written on IDM if you just wanted lots more information, head that way. But there are 8 domains. And those domains are pretty, I feel like they're pretty inclusive of all the things you're wanting to touch on in supervision or make sure they have training in, because we go all the way from treatment plans and ethics to assessment and skills, and there is client conceptualization and some multicultural, different things that come in. So those are 8 domains. So I would be paying attention to where is their development in these domains. Where are they starting? Where are we trying to go next? Which of these are they lacking in the most, and it's a weakness, and so we need to grow it. Along with having domains to help in that developmental imagery, it has 4 levels. And so you're recognizing what level are they in while they're with me. So level 1 and level 2. So 2 is more what we would consider like an adolescent phase. They're dependent on me, but they want to do things on their own too. So there's this back and forth that can happen. Level 3 is they're using themselves more. So less focused on just skill, I have to do the right thing, and more themselves, as they have a better understanding of what they're using and how they're using it and why they're using it. And then we head into 3 integrated. So it means over all these domains that we have reached this higher level, of growth and development overall. So 4 levels, 8 domains. The one thing I would say, that I would look at differently than the way it's worded, is it saying in level 2 that is usually after 2 to 3 semesters of practicum. So that would, think of it like practicum or internship. So they're saying that as I inherit a new supervisee as an associate, that they would be ready for level 2, where we have some of that conflict, like they're independent, but they're dependent. That is not where my associates are, who are just graduating a majority of the time. So I usually scale back and we go back to 1, and I'm trying to build a relationship with them. The experience they have has usually been very limited. And a lot of that is dependent upon, obviously, a large majority percentage of them are having to go off-site, off of a campus, to get their hours. And when they're at that place that they did not get to pick, they were just trying to find anywhere that would take them, they got offered someone, usually for supervision. It was not a choice. And we know that supervision, which is going to be on their genogram, impacted a lot of what they learned. So did that person even have skills and abilities as a supervisor, and had they attended a training so that they knew lots of options to be able to help them grow? So I would look at it more, anyone who's newer in the field, would be at this level 1 point, and then we're hoping to get to level 2. Even as long as I've been supervising, does everyone make it to 3 integrated? No. So it's not a reflection on me as a supervisor always, just because they didn't reach their fullest potential, just like it's not a reflection on a counselor if the client doesn't reach fullest potential. So you're trying to help them continue to grow, and you're recognizing when we're in this turbulent stage, or when they're able to use more of themselves and more comfortable, but that's the IDM model. So it's not that we even talk to supervisees about these all the time. You could choose to do that. You could give them information so they knew. I look at things from a developmental standpoint. There are these areas or domains that we're going to make sure that you've got the information that you need by the time we finish out together. So this is going to be our guide. But it could be just like a client, I don't sit and describe CBT to them or DBT or EMDR, whatever it is, to the fullest extent, so that they know everything behind the scenes. It may be just that you're utilizing it, but there's not an in-depth, they're already struggling with remembering counseling theories in their mind. Maybe you realize I don't want to put any supervision theories on top of those because they will get really confused. So you decide what your supervisee can handle, what you're comfortable with, what you would want to bring up with them. From there, we spin off into another version of IDM, which means it still has the domains and it still has the levels. And even though it's only supposed to be focusing on the supervisee and their growth and development, it's adding in interventions which definitely have to do with me as the supervisor and the supervisee. So one set, which is the facilitative one, is more validation, encouragement, open-ended, but it's not really, I would say, helping with growth. It's providing encouragement, and partnering with them, but it's not really utilizing the authoritative interventions, which have more to do with providing resources, information, suggestions, other options that they could do, with the client. So 2 different intervention types. I'm sure, all of us at someone within this group has experienced, one version or another version of this. You either had a supervisor that every week said, yeah, you're doing great, and really didn't give you much, or you had someone that, gave lots of suggestions, and maybe it was overwhelming even because there were so many. So there's a blend in here, within the training, somebody's gonna have experience both ends, but you would still keep the levels, still have the domains, adds in how am I going about supervising them to consider the relationship that's there. The next one is the process developmental model. With this one, the key is that it's focused on a trigger event that would get identified by a supervisee, so not by me. And then there's going to be a reaction that I'm going to have to the event. So there's skills, teaching or personhood issues that need to be discussed, or conceptualization more, but it's a definite reevaluation of where that supervisee is and gives them a new perspective. If X happens, here's how we're going to respond to that in the future versus what did happen. I call this model more the reactionary model. It says reflective. I don't think it's reflective. So it's not preventative. It's more, I'm not preparing my supervisee ahead of time, maybe because I can't, or I'm time limited, or they're in a setting that I don't know what to prepare them for. And instead of saying, these 5 things normally happen in this setting, in this agency, so be prepared for them, here's how you're going to respond. Instead, it's waiting for it to happen. And then we're going to kick back and be able to find out, what do we need to do differently next time? Because that was not the response we were looking for. So you've got, integrated developmental model, IDM. And then we spun in some interventions that are between the supervisor and supervisee for another part of it. Then we headed into process developmental. So there's the reaction, I would say. And then we get Logan, Bill, Hardy, and Delworth. So this one is cyclical, not the path linear. So more grief cycle. Instead of calling them domains, they just retitled it and it's called issues. They're not as specific. Instead of like treatment plan assessment, those type of things, it's more theory, identity, and personal motivation. So we've got these broad categories that they're calling issues. And it does still have not levels, but stages. And they have 3 of them, and the explanations of them are the exact same, basically, as the other levels we were looking at. They just titled it differently. So these are all very similar, in some ways, just in how you're looking at growth and development, at least these developmental ones. The reactionary one obviously has some differences to it. That it'd be identifying like which stage are they in or which level, what domain am I needing to focus on the most or what issue, how do I help them make progress? But in this model, they again can go back and forth, and all around, and I can make progress and then come back again, because it's that grief cycle of being cyclical. So I'm going to grow, and then I'm going to realize I don't have information, I'm going to need more information, and you just keep going back and forth. So versus a one-line trajectory, and I'm growing and developing over time. The next one is event-based, and this is the opposite of the process developmental model. So I call this one preventative, if it helps to know that. So we had reactionary model, this one's preventative. You do not have to use the 7 most common events on here. If you're in a setting where you have a big bulk of supervisees, I would highly recommend, coming up with what are the things that happen around here that I want them to know ahead of time. I walk outside, my client's in the parking lot beside my car, what am I supposed to do? My client is in crisis and they're wanting to take their life. What are the procedures in this organization? Whatever it is, figure out what those are. And as a supervisor, how can I streamline this? Like, yes, it has to be taught to everyone, but is there a better way to go about that isn't so reactionary, where we could prevent more things and provide training, in the long run? The last one that's there is the lifespan developmental model. It's not one that I highly encourage. What I like about it is it has these phases, and to me, they make sense. So, it's moving from being brand new in the field into I've been in the field, for however long, decades, whatever it is. So where are you at and where are they at, and being able to talk about what that process was like for you as you went through various phases. What did it take for you to grow and develop? It does have 14 themes, and no one is going to memorize those. So you could just nix that part if you were just thinking, I'll just go with these phases and at least teach them this much, so they have something to go on. So that rounds out, that is the highlight, flyover of developmental. Any questions on that realm at all? Okay. So the next one we're going to head into is social role, and we'll finish out theory here. We'll have a couple more I'll throw in that don't fit into either category. So social role, remember it has an asterisk there because Bernard and Goodyear are the founding fathers of supervision. Every textbook references them, everything within the counseling mental health realm, because they really came up with how do we approach supervision where it's not theory-based and that my supervisee is not my client. And so they started with this discrimination model, and they had 3 skills that they were wanting a supervisee to be able to grow in, and then they had 3 roles. And the goal was to pay attention to what role am I in, and what's the skill that I'm trying to help them. Is it their awareness of it? Is it they know they're doing it but they don't know how to change? Is it something personal that's holding them back? What may be in the way? The one that gets missed the most is the counselor role. So a lot of supervisors either weren't taught or they just don't know. It's a lack of understanding. It's not intentional. So teaching, you know what that is. That's what I'm doing today. So we're teaching. We're teaching some new concept or something, giving resources, whatever it is. So the consultant end, well, that would be that more self-supervision we've been talking about. So we've become more like peers, less like I'm a teacher or a trainer. And so I may have a way of going about it. They may have a way. And both of ours could get to an ending that would be helpful for a client. So it's more like we can consult with each other, move into this phase of, less training heavy. So the counselor role, when you're in that, what it is you're helping them look at themselves and what may personally be holding them back from progress with a client. That's the reason I gave you all the activities that we looked at earlier today. Because how in the world do you get in this role without it feeling really personal? And the only way to do that is to come in from other angles, where it's having them look at themselves and having them be willing to be aware, and wanting to explore. So counselor role is, me looking at my own stuff or what's holding me back or my personality or whatever it is from keeping me from being the fullest me that I can be with the clients that I'm with. So that's counselor role. So it is okay to say, wow, you are dealing with a lot of grief in your own life. I wonder how that might be impacting, the clients you have that are experiencing grief. So it's not that I'm digging into tell me all about your stuff, but I'm bringing it back to how is it impacting the work that you're doing? Because we all know it's having an impact. It doesn't mean they can't be practicing anymore or that they should never see a client who's grieving, but we've got to at least acknowledge what's going on so we can make decisions if we need to make them and give them permission, for that to happen in the meantime. So that is Bernard and Goodyear's discrimination model. So more focused on this relationship we have, what role I'm in, am I providing, has more responsibility on me, am I providing what they're needing, to get them where they need to go. The next one is Hawkins and Showit, and theirs is very systems oriented. And I mentioned this earlier, I alluded to it, all of my degrees were systems focused. And so I don't look at things, without systems because that's all I've ever known. But you're looking at it and that how I respond to them in supervision is definitely going to impact their work with that client. If I come down hard and react and I'm like, I can't believe you did that. Oh my gosh, that was so unethical. You have no clue what you're doing. You can't even really help them. You're not trained in this. If I'm saying that, is that going to give them any confidence when they're with that person? Absolutely not. So they're going to go back and really, struggle and, barely get through being able to work with this client and have lost any confidence in their ability to, make some progress for them and to help them make progress and for them personally to make progress as a counselor. So we just want to make sure that we recognize this as a system and that it is there. And that's where I said, if you'll pay attention to how they present a client in supervision, you'll have a really good indication a lot of times of what that session may be like because of how they're presenting it. Now, what is really hard, I'm sure it's never happened to you, but it happens to me frequently, is they'll say something and I'm like, did you say that in this session? Or how did you phrase that in this session? And we're left like, what was said? Did they say that? Did they not say that? I'm not sure what was said. It happens around here even. So it's just a piece of, that's where the video comes in. It would really help. I can only help them reach their fullest them, by having some other tools the majority of the time. But with that system, they have some modes. Instead of calling them domains or issues, we have modes, meaning we're looking at the relationship to everything, the setting, the supervisor, supervisee, client, all the moving pieces, and we have what we call 5 factors. And so that is, that model, and then we head into SAS. So SAS is like IDM. It's a well-known one when it comes to social role, and it's the systems approach to supervision. It has functions. So instead of roles and instead of there being 3, like the discrimination model, they have 5. And then it has 5 tasks. So these are things I need to accomplish. And then considers the system, meaning the relationship. So they look at it like it's based on 7 things. And so you've got, the functions, the tasks, and then those relationship pieces for the systems approach. So the last 2 I'm throwing in that don't go with developmental or with social role. One is regenerative, that has this picture image that comes with it, which to me, I don't know about you, it looks like a tree with a drill bit or something to that effect. Whatever it is to you, you can decide, but like drill bit coming down into roots that are at the bottom. And it has these different dimensions. There are 3 that it's focusing on with the supervisee. And so you're just looking at the dimension 1 is at the bottom, so it's at the root. So when they come into supervision with me, is like, what is their academic baggage? So was that a positive experience or no? You know, what's the direction they want to head? The second dimension is on that right side. And we're looking at power and person-centered and growth. And then dimension 3 is on that left side. That's the process of becoming. And it's got some cultural and spiritual pieces that go with that. So you have the option. It's another one that's out there. It is less, you know, like a check mark one and more of just an overall, you know, have we worked on these essence pieces, because we've got this foundation and the essence of being and process of becoming. So just this growth and, but less of exactly what does that look like. It's more individualized. The last one is the one used in research most often because it's the easiest to be able to track for a research study. And that's that Supervisor Working Alliance model. And it just looks at the goals and the tasks and the bond. And your goals are listed there. So it's got the 8 goals of what you're trying to accomplish in supervision. So almost all supervision can fit into, you know, this bucket, but academia, most of us, if I ask which model was your supervisor using in school, we're clueless. It's not like they told us. But a bulk of it probably fits within this one, if not one of the others. The others tend to be once we get into a setting, you know, and we're getting experience hours towards licensure, then we might experience some of the others more. So that is, I know, a lot of information packed into a short time frame. So look through those models, decide which one you think you may have been using, even if you didn't know it, or which one you would want to commit to if you were committing to one. So look through and then let me know if you've got a question on that as we finish out before we head to lunch.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you're working with your supervisees, are you discussing which models that you're working with them?
I think it depends on who they are. Like, I know this, it's just been within the last couple of weeks that I was discussing the systems approach. I didn't call it that, but I said, you know, I recognize that when you are with clients and you bring things to supervision, that if I really pay attention, I'll probably have a good idea of what was going on in the room. And I didn't say that to make them paranoid about talking about supervision, but just to give them like a fly overview of things that I'm doing. And I can't remember why we were talking about it, but I think there was something that came up that referenced it. So that would be an example, you know, of that. There's also, have I done, as in like what role I'm in? I know I have discussed it with like 1 or 2 at different points in time. If it was a topic of discussion, it was helpful in that moment. It wasn't like, let me teach you one more theory. Maybe I was needing to be more in the counsel role, and so I was bringing it up so they understood the benefit of it. Like, this is to be able to help you reach your fullest potential and really have an awareness of, is there anything that may be holding you back? If I was at an agency, you know, where the same thing happens over and over, I'd do that common events. You know, I'd want to make sure we were addressing things, because are there times I've just been reactionary? Absolutely. You know, I had a practicum person one time came in. It was so interesting, and I knew this was not my favorite relationship that I had ever been in. That she came in and she said, "Well, you're going to kill me." It's like, well, that's a really interesting way to start a session. Like, how am I supposed to be reacting right now? I was like, okay, you know, well, let's talk about it. Well, she had, because we had talked about EMDR and she was working with highly traumatized, you know, complex trauma, because everyone's experienced trauma, she decided she would watch YouTube and start using it that week with 3 clients. And so was describing it to me. So I had that, opportunity, like I already knew there was some lack of teachability just from the time I had been with her. And in that one, I was super direct. I mean, I was in the teacher role and I just said, well, I hope you want to lose your license before you ever get it. And so I started there. And then we just kind of got on this trek, and she very quickly found a training that she went to 2 weeks later, and I signed the form so she could go. Let's move on. If you want to use it correctly, and get trained in it. We don't just watch YouTube. So that's an example of, yes, there are times I've just reacted because I'm not dealing with a theory at that point. Like, what you're doing is just absolutely wrong. And I'm going to respond to that, and you're going to know, that it's not okay. So I would say, I don't sit with them as we start supervision, let's talk about my theory. But it comes up, and usually it comes up, in trainings of which one do I use. I think I do what I do with counseling because I'm looking at things from systems, but I'm also paying attention to my roles. As they start, I want to know, where are they at on this development trajectory? How long have they been around? What do they know? I think it's just all thrown in, together, and really gets individualized for whoever I'm with. But it's not some serious, deep conversation that goes in your contract of like, they have no clue what you're talking about. So, does that help answer? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else have a question? Okay. Yeah, if I had asked you, you have to, write down before this training which theory you use. I'm going to guess probably most of you didn't remember the names of all of them, or maybe which one that you were using. So it's okay, but it's a good reminder, at least know what you think you're using or where you're coming from, not to train them, but it's just like clients. How do we think change happens? Well, how do I think change for a supervisee happens? Is it both of us? Is it them? That's their choice, How are we going to grow here? Now, it's up to them if they reach it, but at least having some kind of guiding something, that helps me know what I want to cover while they're with me. It just gives me some accountability too. So we have hit on a lot of things this morning. We've now thoroughly theory covered, as well as all this relationship building. So we will head into lunch. I'm sure this is all you're going to think about during a lunch break, but if you come back and you have a question, I'm happy to answer. So we're at like almost 20 after, so we'll say, make it easy, and we'll come back at 50 after. So walk your dog, eat your lunch, whatever you got to do. You've got your 30 minutes. Some of you are at work, I know. Answer your emails, whatever, and then we will pull back together at 50 after. Any questions? Nope. Great. Well, y'all have been very helpful. Thanks for all the questions and participation, so I appreciate that. Okay. And we'll jump into this comprehensive supervision section. So I'm on page 34. And we'll start out here, and then we'll end up hopping onto the BHEC, the BHEC website. And I'll show you some things there, and we'll head back to the Google Drive that had the documents on it, and that way you can see a little more in depth there as well. So that's where we're going to head into this section. So we've covered building a relationship, theory. Now we're going to head into who to choose and what do I do now that I have them, what's all this paperwork, and then we'll make sure and get on ethics. And we'll add in the evaluations at the tail end, so we'll see how far we can get into those based on where we land on all this other stuff. So how to determine who to supervise. So the things I say with supervision are that for me, it's more important to be asking questions based on what their experiences in supervision have been versus like a resume and where they did those experiences. So I'm focusing on supervision less, where did you work? Because a lot of times, whether they worked or it was their experience in school, they may have had some choice on that, but again, remember, they may not have. It's not that I choose them based on those supervision experiences, because a lot of times there's not a lot of options, but I am wanting to at least know what I'm getting into. So these 4 core wouldn't be happening until after they're with me. If they work in your setting and you can be doing these 4 core before they even become an associate officially, great. Then you can have more information to go on. But for us, like when I'm, deciding whether to supervise someone and it's on someone who's an off-site supervisee, we just would have met, for this interview process. And that's why I'm going to focus more on the supervision end. So however that works, if you're a part of the hiring process where you're at, then, absolutely, I would try to see, is there a way to have just a supervision interview that's separate? So they're in this hiring process, maybe they're already hired and we make it after that. The key is needing to let them know, even if that supervision that's being offered is free as a part of being at that setting, is that they have the choice to choose another supervisor at any point in time. That you don't have to be the be-all, end-all for them. That if it's not the best fit, there are other options that they could choose to have someone outside the organization to add on, to learn more things from. I think it's just really important to recognize that supervision is separate than the employment, even if it's together and even if you are the person where you're at and so everyone's under you, is going in knowing there are options that are there. So that would be, we meet together for this supervision interview, and that's where I go way more in depth into just supervision they've experienced, and maybe we do the supervision genogram because they're already working here. For us, I would have interviewed, I wouldn't have any of that information. We would get started and I would start with those 4 core. So I'm not going to know sometimes what I might be in for until I'm already in it, in the middle of it. So you're going to do that. It says, assess those previous experiences. How often did they receive it? Was it on site where they were at or only in their program? Who was providing it? Was it in person? So one-way mirror, just video, or just case consult? Like what was taking place? And find out what kind of feedback they got. Most supervisees I haven't received a ton of feedback through practicum internship, whether that's because they did so well or whether it's because of the site they were at, just different things in the mix. So you do not want to assume that their school and they're coming from is a gatekeeping school. So even if it's a school and people who have finished out there, is just recognizing a school is like a business as well. They have students, that's how they stay open and make money. So there are motives for them to have students, and we can't just make the assumption that everyone got cleared out of the program that had too much stuff, and so you're not going to end up with anyone, that has stuff as an associate. So you will. So just don't make assumptions on what they know or don't know. You start at the basics. I had one time who was still doing notes in pencil. Like no one had ever told them they were dyslexic, and so it was easier to do that to fix mistakes. But like no one had ever said, you have to use a pen. Like you can't have pencil notes that everyone can erase, and rewrite and redo. So it's all the bare minimum basics all the way to things that are much further down the road. I just don't make assumptions. It says know what their school counted as direct hours. Schools are really different. They all handle things differently. So you're just wanting to know if it's on the MFT side, what did they count as couple and family hours? Some schools will count couple family hours as doing group counseling. Once you're an associate under the state, that's not considered, couple family hours. So everybody has different perspectives. Every school has different people in charge of it, and they may follow different things too. So just know. It's a key for me. I like to know, have they been through counseling before as a client? That's a requirement for me to be under my supervision and to eventually finish out, and I'm signing off on hours, is have you been a client yourself? Did you put yourself in the same situation that you would want a client to have been in with them in counseling? Make sure the training site matches like your skill level of what you're wanting to do, just based on where they're at. And then we said, get references, treat it like an interview process, really have some references, some questions that you ask. I put on there the liability insurance. I think that's less versus more. It's more important to make sure that you set them on a path with an insurance they can keep forever and that they know will, benefit them long-term. And there's only a couple in that category, one being HPSO, whether you like it or not. So the cheaper ones that are out there can work, but you can never let those policies go. Because if you ever left that company, even though you paid for coverage in 2019, if you're not with them anymore, they would say, well, you're not with us, so we're not covering anything back there. So you have to be really careful between the claims made and claims occurrence and just give them guidance. So if you have the option to be on the same one, that can help. I mean, if you're in an auto accident, you both have the same insurance, it's easier to resolve. We're hoping to not have complaints and malpractice situations come up, but things to give them guidance, and direction on. And then it says, if you have more than, if you have a fully licensed another person with you, make sure you change it into a group at that point versus having individual policies to try to be a help to everyone in the process too. So education, training, and experience, things to ask there. I don't choose people based on were they an online program or an in-person program, or was it an on-site internship or not. I think you're just trying to assess the person that you have. And then there's the piece of like, why are they even in the field? Like, what's the story of why they chose to become a counselor? And I think that's important, to learn about in the process. So the next page has the reference request questions that I use. I think it's the current set. It's something along those lines. But I'm just sending it out, just asking. I have found that I can get more information versus less when it's, anything in the field really. If I ask questions, like these, based on either our values or on traits that I'm looking for, character traits, it's not just the HR piece of they started on this date and they ended on this date, because they're usually giving me like a coworker or, maybe it was a boss or friend. It's not the HR department, so just know you can ask, and if you ever struggle getting information back, you could ask for another reference to go on to. So I gave you the steps to determine who to supervise, just based on my own experiences and what it looks like for me. This may be really different based on your setting, and that's for you to determine what the best way to go about it is. So for me, when they contact me, the first thing I'm trying to ask about is their schedule. I don't even try to find out how long they've been, how many hours they've done, or anything else other than, when are you hoping to do supervision? I'm also inquiring at that point, if they're not done with school, do they have a site? Which they usually do not. I don't know where they're gonna be. So I'm totally available. Well, reality is they're not gonna be totally available when they find a site. And so I don't, at this point, I don't have the flexibility to be able to choose to be with someone if I don't know what their exact schedule is gonna be, and I don't know where their hours are gonna be. So I don't know the population. I like to have those things. But someone has to be willing to fill out that supervisory agreement form so that they can get a license, which then helps them be able to get a job, because a lot of times you can't get a job till you have the license. So you know what it looks like for you, what you need to do. This is just what it looks like for me. So I'm checking on that availability, and do I even want, have the ability to take on someone right then or want to. So then I would contact them by phone or email. What we do is I send a set of informal questions. So this is true, for employment, for interviews, for supervisees, it doesn't matter who it is, even volunteers, whatever, who are coming through. It's just, here's a set of questions that go based on like training or how long they've been licensed or hours they've already attained, how many clients they've worked with, and the average number of sessions. Some of them come from places that dictate it, like they're not allowed to have more than 6 to 8. Some have had clients for 30. It just lets me know based on the setting where they're wanting to be, do they have any experience there, or are we starting from scratch? So whatever it is. And then what helped them decide to become a counselor, what major life events have they been through, and if they've attended counseling. So again, I like to know that one. Some people, they will go more in depth into things, which is not a negative. I think that's a positive if they're willing to share. Some may more gloss over, like, yes, I've been through several traumatic experiences and I've been to counseling several times. Like that's more general, but it still gives me an idea so I know, some things that have happened. So then we would head into career goals, like what they're wanting to accomplish, and then go into values questions. So that just means character traits. So do I have some questions that I want to add in based on what are those traits that I'm really wanting to see in a supervisee that I'm with? So if honesty is a big one, I'm just making this up on the fly here, and if it was honesty, then I would say, tell about a time, when you realized being dishonest would, be much easier in a situation, but you went the route of being fully honest, despite what happened, in the situation. So I'm giving them full freedom, like just to give me a scenario. What's a scenario that they have, upheld being an honest person? I'm not saying I use that one, I'm just giving you an example. So if I had this person and I really loved working with them, and I had this one, not so much, then what was different, about this one? Are there some traits that you're looking for? Just like we tell clients when they're wanting to date someone or looking for friends or whatever, we're like, well, what's your list? This list that you won't compromise on. That's what I would pitch to you, is like, what's your list? What is this supervisee? And if you've never really written down exactly what it is that you're looking for, and you've had some experiences now in the field, then I would encourage you to decide what the list is. So then I would get the resume and these informal questions back, decide based on that, do I want to move forward? I would do that talent insights assessment, and after I have all that, then I would finally meet with them in person, to decide if we wanted to move forward. And then that leads to checking references, and then we would send in the counsel paperwork at that point. So yours may look totally different. I think it's just knowing like what's going to work, best for your setting specifically. So any questions based on any of that? Does anybody have anything else they add in to that interview process that they found to be a help? Okay, hopefully it's given you some thoughts or some steps. You've got, 2.5 pages, I guess, of internship, associate, whatever opportunities that are in the DFW area. So if you're around here, which most of you are, I would encourage you to look through it and glance through real quick. Make sure that there's nothing that you know of to add on or something that closed down that I don't know of to take off. And if you're not from around here, which we've got a couple, then I would say I'd highly encourage you to get in touch with someone who would have a resource list, like the hospital nearby. Sometimes their marketing reps keep lists, or other, owners, whoever it might be. What happens is people move from out of town, or they move to Texas, or whatever it is, and so they're just needing help, for resources. And by giving them a list, even if you can't take anyone, or your site can't handle anyone else, you've got the ability to say, I don't know if anybody, here are some options, or I'm not able to take a supervisee until they know their site, the site that they're going to be at. Here are some options. So for the most up-to-date list I can show you, it's on our website, so don't send them to me for the list. But if you're needing it later on, like an up-to-date version, it's just on our website. So if you head there and you go under consulting, it's called Sites in the Metroplex. So you could always send them there. It has it by category. So it is obviously not all-inclusive on that private practice end. We may take that out at some point just because obviously those are always ebbing and flowing, and that's a really older list. But anything to add to the list that you all are seeing or take away based on what you know?
I think cancer support community, I didn't see it, I think would be interested in being on a list like this.
Sure. Is it under, would that go under community, or what would that go under necessarily?
I think it could fit under several categories. Community would definitely be one.
Okay, so cancer support services.
Cancer support community.
Okay.
Because there is another organization that I think is called Cancer Support Services.
Got it. So this one's cancer support community?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And then youth and family counseling closed down in Louisville Flower Mound.
Okay,
Second page, community,
thank you.
top left-hand corner,
Got
class
it.
one.
So is it still open in Denton, or both of them are closed? Both are closed. Thank you for that. Okay. You all keep tabs on things.
Recovery Center of Fort Worth closed down. They still have their Dallas location, but they're no longer in Fort Worth.
Okay.
Rhonda, are you familiar with, they have multiple names, but Christian Grief Works and Children's Works, that whole group?
It is on there. Where do I have it?
Okay, I was looking under Christian and didn't see it, and it's not under grief, so I just wasn't sure.
I am really familiar with it, so I'm like, oh, it's under Grief Works Dallas. We have it under Grief Works Dallas, and it's under Children Teen, which I knew, they do have the Fort Worth location too, I know. So I could get that added. And then what were you saying, Kimberly?
Pause for reflection, PWS, they do animal and equine and Midlothian.
Okay, I don't think I did know about that. So pause, like a paw, for reflection. And it's in where?
Midlothian.
Midlothian. Okay, that's helpful. Hopefully that helps, future supervisees, like where to send them, or just people who are moving, who are trying to find options of what they can be doing. I just try to give them, a next step that they can take, obviously, if I'm not the one who can help them in the process. So we're about to head into paperwork and what that looks like. So you've got an informed consent and a contract. So you have an idea of what I've been using. The reason for the informed consent is because you figured out the interview process for me is, there's just not a lot of time involved. So I would be emailing the informed consent and the contract for them to see what they're agreeing to, because all we've had to that point was just one interview where I focused on the supervision that they had received. So as you start with them, it's saying you're wanting to make sure, I'm on page 39 under ethics and supervision, that the paperwork gets completed correctly, and I'll take you there. Staying up to date with the rules, which is why you all are here today, I'm sure. We're wanting to watch advertising to make sure, does their LinkedIn, their email, all the things they're using, is it being used correctly with everything it should have? What to charge, I think, is just based on area. Like, you all know what the hospitals are paying in your area. You know what the going rate is, so you're going to be the best ones to gauge and decide that. But just consider, payment type things based on business plans and what you're trying for. If I am thinking, well, I'll offer supervision as a benefit that's provided, but I only have like 3 clients to give them a week, is that really going to pay for the supervision and any other incidentals that I'm incurring by having them with me, whether that's the software we use or whatever it might be, paper, or whatever else, that's in the office, playroom, whatever. So you decide, but just consider, like, is this situation that I'm setting up, we don't always think from a business mindset, and is it really something that's helpful for them and for the business, overall? Consider, like we said, I was saying, the software and records and treatment planning, and then we'll go onto the BHEC website and we'll look at this form that's being referenced. So I think I've covered it. It says, with new supervisees, remember, you're not going to start until it's posted that they're fully licensed, and you're not going to end until it shows that until they have an associate license. You're not going to end until you can see that they've been fully licensed. So it's not just they met their hours and I signed off on it and now they're ready to send it in, I continue with them until we know that it was approved. So let's head onto the site. Okay, we're gonna go to heading into BHEC. We're gonna go there. When you're looking for forms, that's when you specifically go under the boards that are listed at the top. When you're verifying a license or doing some kind of renewal or just needing to make a change for yourself personally, you can do those things from the home page. The home page is also where you want to come down to email updates. If you have not signed up, just do it now. And you're gonna head on to email updates. You're gonna put in your name and then the email, and you're gonna click which board you want to receive communication for, and then it will send it. I would highly recommend not using a HIPAA compliant email because it doesn't make it through very often. So just use something where you know you'll be able to receive it and it will come. They do send communication based on when proposed rules come out, adopted rules come out, if they've been displaced by an ice storm, if they're bogged down, like whatever it might be, they have been much better about doing that. And a good thing to do right now would probably be if we headed into, you've got a BHEC handout. So let's do that before we even head into these forms. So I'll go back to the drive so I can get to the handout so you can see it. Actually, nope, it's gonna be in here. Okay, here we go. Okay, can you all see that? Everybody got the chart? Yep, okay, great. That only took me a minute. Can you tell how many things we have on this training side? It's become its own monster. Okay, so this is the BHEC handout. And if you look at it, the bottom two tiers are what we were always a part of before BHEC. So the bottom tier is the boards, has 4 boards that are mental health boards, not psychiatrists, but we've got the psychologist, the LPC, LMFT, and social work. You can see how many professional members there are for each board, and you can see how many public members there are. So some have more of one than they do of another. I don't have the answer to that. I know there are a lot fewer MFTs, like a few thousand, compared to LPCs and social workers, where we get over 10,000. But I'm not sure what made all that decision making. So before BHEC, the boards were the ones who would propose the rules, and they were the ones to adopt the rules. But the key was that they only met, every few months, every 4 months, and that's what led to the backlog of being 5 years behind on dealing with complaints. And so that's when the government got involved with what was called the Sunset Commission, and they were really investigating, why are you all 5 years behind on complaints, or 4 years behind, or all these people are running around with licenses and still practicing and being really unethical. And so they started looking into what would have to happen for it to be run more efficiently and effectively, for that matter. And so back then we had a chairman, so one of the professional members would be a chair. And then you could see that they had some support staff that was above them. So you may remember back when we had the boards, there would be an executive director. Well, that would be the person we would hear from. But I don't remember hearing from them really at all. But that's who you would reach out to if you had a problem, that was more significant, or to find out about a complaint or something like that. So the thing to know is the bottom tier, that those are all governor-appointed positions. And what that means is, when I've talked to board members in the past, is it really helps if you donate to the governor's campaign. Meaning it's political. So if you're looking at, why are these public members on there? Well, they have public members because the role of the board is not to be our friend. It's to protect the public. So if they have public members, then those people are the ones watching out for the public. And also, they probably get some prestige of saying they're on the board because those are governor appointed as well. So just know there are motives. Everyone has different motives, whether they want to be on the board to promote their own thing, that they're selling or doing, or whether it's, truly out of a passion for rules. I don't know, but everybody has different ones. So you had from that support staff, just remember there are only 10 to 12 support staff who are answering the phones. So you have, we're talking 30,000 licensed people and a few, maybe a dozen who are in there. And that's why you get a different answer when you call, or when you email, you might get a different answer. It's because they're answering for all the boards. A lot of times they weren't really specifically designated to one. I think some of that may have changed, but this is my best understanding from what I've known in the past, and how the system works. So they're government staff, they're not licensed people, they're just there trying to be a help. So as we head into the top tier, that's what happened when we moved with BHEC. So we ended up with our own IT and finance and an attorney and licensing and all these enforcement. They just, are working for us. They used to be shared with lots of other agencies in the government. So we would share with many others. It wasn't just mental health licenses. And what it really helped to do, my guess, as they were doing sunset, there was a lot of money that we poured in with our renewals, and a very small percentage of that actually stayed with our boards. The rest of it just went into the general kind of government black hole of funding, I don't know what. So by having the staff, support staff in place, it's allowed for that funding, I'm guessing, to be able to stay more internal within the boards so that we can be run more effectively. Above that tier is where you get into the council. So there's a professional member and a public member from each board that make up that council. So when board rules are proposed, and back in the day before BHEC, they would propose it, they would allow 30 days for comments, they would come back, they would adopt it pretty quickly. So usually within, a couple months time frame, we would know this is gonna be a rule. There's not a question, they discussed it, this is what they're promoting. Unless there's a lot of, comments on it, it's going to happen. But what's ended up happening now is things will be proposed at the level of the board, but with the council, it can go back and forth. And so the council may come back and say, this is not in the public's best interest because of this. It'll come back again. Okay, now we'll accept it, but we don't like this. So it has this time gap, and it's really hard to know. It gets confusing on when is something just a rumor and when has it actually become a rule, that I have to follow and that we have to do. So some of the things we're going to look at today, they were proposed back in October. These are not new. People have known about them. Some people I know started, acting on them and acting as if they were already a rule that was in place, and they were not. So you have to be very careful. Am I noticing something that's proposed, but that means it hasn't made it to the council, and it's going to be up to the council to decide. When we get communication now, it's all from that executive director. So Daryl Spinks is the one that reaches out. I think that we get a lot more communication than we've had before. And so this is how the board, is set up currently, as in the boards just propose rules. That's why we find the forms from them, because they also would change forms. But the council is the one that's dealing with all the complaints. They're the ones that are making sure rules, when they're adopted, that they don't conflict with other boards. So we have something overarching that's making sure as we make decisions in the field that they don't conflict with others. So any questions that you have about BHEC that I can help answer? Okay, hopefully that gives a flyover. If you were like, I don't really know how all this works, now you know. Okay, stop sharing. Let's head back. I'll do it again because we need to head back into the BHEC site. Well, let's go there. Okay, so to find the forms that you're needing, I just go under each board. So I'm under professional counselor. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to look over to the right. Okay, okay, where are the forms that I'm needing? So I'm gonna head down, and they're right under statutes and rules. So I'm gonna click on forms. I'm gonna come down. These are ones I can skip past because those are when they're applying for a license. And most things are automated now, which is really helpful. So I'm gonna head to this supervise section because this is the section that's gonna apply to me the most. And in that section, we've got an agreement form. The agreement form is only for a brand new person who's coming into the field. They just graduated or they're just now pursuing licensure. When I'm needing to sign this one, they usually are bringing it to me because it's a part of their application packet. I'm not having to print it out for them. They already know. You have a log there, but I wouldn't use the log that's on their site. I'll give you a log that's in one of those Excel docs that actually matches the current rules and I think will be a help to you. So you want to use supervisor agreement form. The practicum documentation they should have already done as part of application process. But I am going to head down to the supervisor change form. This is the one that's filled out any time that I'm inheriting someone. So they're already an associate and I'm either needing to be deleted or added, so I'm inheriting, so I can come down. You do need to notice that when you're adding a supervisor or when you're taking one away, that the current supervisor or new supervisor can fill it out. So it could mean that they decided to break up with you and find another supervisor before you ever knew about it, because the new supervisor can sign both sections to delete you and add themselves, and then they could let you know, once it's finalized, I guess. So when you are trying to get this form filled out, the main thing to remember that you have to hold on to is that when this form is sent in, is they will backdate it to the day they received it. So even though it may not go on the website for 2 months, if I sent it today, then it would be effective. Like we'll say if I sent it March 10th, I'm hoping the mail gets there, we'll say by like 14th, we'll just pretend here. And so March 14th is gonna be the effective date. So when I'm transitioning someone out, I'm happy to be responsible for this piece of paper because I wanna know when it got sent because that's when my supervision ends. If I kept supervising them until it was posted that the change happened, then the new person is going to be 6 weeks behind because they're going to have backdated it. So this is the only form that gets backdated. That's how a transition can happen if you're deciding this supervision relationship is not for me and you're needing it to end, is just make sure with this form that you're getting it in, you know when it was sent, and anything you mail, you're going to mail it signature return receipt by certified mail. These forms no longer have like a fax number on them, and I don't know a way to send them by fax. That's how we were doing it before we moved to BHEC. They've tended, seems like they're processing these okay when we've been mailing them, so it's the only way I've known. I have emailed some, and those seem to move a lot slower. So for now, that's what I've been doing, but if somebody else knows something you've been doing, let us know.
They're trying to make everything email now.
Trying to make it all email now?
And they turned their license around in 1 day 2 weeks ago.
That's great.
Email, so.
That's super rare. So who knows? So I would love it if it was more automated. The struggle I found is they go through where at one point they could open Word docs and PDFs. Then another point they could open PDFs and not Word docs. And so whatever version I was sending it in was obviously not the version. And so I just gave up and started mailing it at that point. So the other form you pay attention to whenever you're finishing with someone, doesn't matter if they've reached full licensure or not, I don't care, is we're immediately going to fill out this experience documentation form. You can tell these forms come from the board because what does it have at the top there? To be completed by intern. Do we go by interns anymore? No. So they've been associates since 2020. So that's why I'm saying I don't always utilize like the log on the website. If it's not something you have to be using, just know it's probably not updated frequently. So it is important that we use it. This is the one we use. It's just not been updated. That's okay. That's fine. So I normally have the associate fill out the big bulk, except for my information here in the top, but they're filling out the hours. I'm making sure they match the logs that I have that we've been sharing. And then we're going to come down and we would end up signing, and dating. So on the old forms, it would tell you when it became effective, like you knew how long they'd been using it. And on these, it doesn't have it, so you don't know when it gets updated or not, unless you pay attention. So that is experience documentation form. So everyone fills it out right as they're finishing. Whether they have 2 hours, 2,000 hours, 250 hours, just get it done. Because you don't want someone, I've had that happen, come back 3 years later and be like, you signed for, 622 hours and I did 835. Like, I'm gonna have slept since then. I'm not gonna remember. Just get it done, when you're finishing, because you both agreed on it. And that's what I said, I'm sorry, that's the form that you've agreed to and we signed on and it was done several years ago, and just leave it at that. So that is LPC side.
I was just going to say, this is also the form that has to be sent in within 30 days after they're done with their hours, right?
Well, it says 30 days of hours, but really go back to it's 30 days after they finish with you. Right. So whether they're totally done or not, yeah, I would look at sending it in 30 days.
So even if they transfer to somebody else, then even within 30 days, do that.
Yeah. I would send it in, absolutely. Yeah. So you can get that supervisor change request form done, first, and then just follow it up pretty quickly with the experience documentation form. Yep, absolutely. Somebody else had a question?
Oh, you actually, I was just confused when you said whether it was 2 hours or 200 or whatever. And I was like, wait, why would they only have 2 hours? But I see what you're saying. It's like if it was just with you, that sort of thing.
Exactly right. So if I decided after 2 hours I had my fill, being with this person, then yes, we would sign off on the 2 hours and be done at that point. So some people, I had one time, the same one that argued the hours several years later, imagine that. And she started, that's a long story I won't even go into, but as we got in, she did not have a site where she could get hours and went a good 3 months without any job. I'm having to supervise her, she's having to pay, and she's not getting anything except for indirect hours. So it could be they had 0 experience hours, but whatever hours you're signing off on as they're finishing, just go ahead and get it done. So there is something else, if you didn't know about it, so I'm going to take you somewhere else that eliminates maybe these forms, but the board rules don't allude to it, so we really don't have answers. We're like in the gray. So if I go into apply or renew online, that's where I'm going to head. That takes me into another licensing system. So even though it says apply or renew, it's not always what it means. It just means you want to deal with your own license. So I'm going to head in there, use what I have saved so you make sure you've got access to their site all the time. So if I come into myself, and I'm going to come down to licensed professional counselor. Unfortunately, they have not created this on the MFT side yet. If I do the drop down, and I'm not really renewing, then it says I can add my designation. So this is now automated to become a supervisor for those who aren't supervisors yet. It has some kind of permit. I can't even duplicate permit. I'm like, I can barely read. My bifocals are really pushing here to read across the room. We've got a wall certificate if I need that, if my address changes. But we have this new piece that they've had within the last couple of years, probably since BHEC. And it's this Manage My LPC Supervisor. It's newer. If I click that, which obviously we see no instructions on that within the board rules whatsoever, you just had to go in and really want to, do some exploring to find it, you can select it and it has my supervisees. And if I come over, I can terminate the relationship even immediately. And when I do that, I can even come in and I can put how many hours that they did with me. So I would use that experience documentation form, fill in the hours, and then I could, decide I can remove hours, I can fill them in, and then I can save them. So it lets me, it looks like, terminate. So you would want to make sure you had that, the supervisor change request form sent in. You gave it a few days to get there. Don't just get in here without telling your supervisor and terminate the relationship. That would be not following the board rules, because you wouldn't have a remediation plan or anything in place, because likely you were not happy with them at that point. So this is interesting, because I'm seeing someone right now that we've been waiting on a license, and so they either, what is it? What's the date say? What is that? Can you all read that? Like, what is it? 3-4. 3-4. Okay. So it looks like she got licensed last week and she's not been paying attention because I haven't heard from her. So, so here we go. Here's the joy of being a supervisor. So I'm supposed to start with her now. That's very interesting. So I will be reaching out to her after this training. Now you see the joy of leading trainings, because I'm looking at things more often. So I haven't obviously communicated well what to watch for. We knew they were processing some things, and here's my others that are listed. So all to say, there is a way. They even have where you can see a majority of the supervisees that you've had. If I go to, I'm trying to look, oh, I have to go up here. I could even go to the next page and I could see some more. I think it goes back to 2009. So it doesn't go back to when I first became one. It's just missing a couple of years in there. But you could see everyone that you had at one point, and you can see either I did not do well with them because they dropped out of the field, or they questioned their calling, or maybe they're still doing their job that they were doing back then. So if you wanted to follow up to see what everybody's up to, you could find out just by looking there. So any questions on how to use this? Everybody got it? Okay. So hopefully that helps. If I head back, let me see if I can make it back. Hopefully we'll just keep doing this little backtracking here. They do not have this for the MFT side. So it has where you can do all the things, but it does not have where you can manage the supervisor license. So the only way on the MFT side to be able to inherit someone, to start with someone new, you're going to use that supervisory agreement form. There is no change request form. The experience documentation is the exact same when they finish. So you use supervisory agreement when you start, experience documentation when you finish, and I'll show you those. If you have not renewed yet, or even when you do, something to pay attention to is when you come in, you'll do the drop down and it says renew your license. And so you can go in. I highly recommend if you go to show details, it'll have the details, and it has where you can read like the expiration date, but only if you do the drop down. So when you're renewing, if you're renewing during the week and you come in and you pay and you put in your things, you want to make sure that that magical expiration date changes right then, like in front of your eyes, or very quickly thereafter, within that next day. If you renew on the weekend, it's not going to be till the payment goes through, and so it would be the first of the next week. So because we no longer get renewal cards, we shouldn't even have them posted anymore necessarily. This is how you know, like when you're expiring and what you should be doing. You'll get a light blue postcard that looks just like junk mail and can easily be tossed, so I would not depend on it, that will tell you to renew, but for you to know, you just hop on here, make sure everything changed. I came in, I made sure I was ahead of the game because I knew I was going to have to do fingerprinting and all my things. And so I did them, went in, did my payment, put it all in, and I was in a training, just like today when I find out all these fun things I haven't found out. And so we were looking at it, and thankfully it was still the month like that I was expiring in June, and we're in mid-June, and I had done it all like end of May, and it was still showing the old expiration. I was like, this is really interesting. And when I went back in again, they had this special set of questions they want you answering now, like where do you work? How many clients do you see? Why do they care? I don't know. But it gave my 20 questions that I had to answer, and I thought I had done it all, but it had not given it to me. So make sure you watch that date. You may think you've done it, but if you didn't see it clear the bank or you don't know, just go to that show details and make sure that you follow through. So hopefully that helps. MFT side. So we'll head back. Let me just go back.
I have a quick question. So for the LPC, because my renewal is coming up now that I have first time under this BHEC, will I still get a letter or I'm going to get that same little form that looks like junk mail? How do I know? Because I'm looking for it and I haven't received anything.
You don't even.
You get this. I have mine right here. I'll show it to you.
Yeah, there she goes. She's got it. Yeah, you don't even have to wait for that. 60 days out, I would get on the website, make sure that you've got access to the licensing system that I just went into, and that's where you renew. So don't rely on paper. You're not going to rely on anything other than your own memory. I hope you remember when you were born. Go by your month, hop online. But 60 days out is when you want to do it. And it will tell you, here's where to go for your fingerprinting, here's what to do, so that type thing. But there is no renewal card. So there were a blessed few, like in a 3-month period, that got the new BHEC license that is much smaller, an odd frame shape, and was like blue with a seal. And they quickly realized if the goal was to stop the backlog of complaints, that more administration was not going to help with that. And so they nixed it real quickly. So you just keep your normal license you've always had, you hop online, that's the only way we can verify licenses, and go from there.
Okay, so. How about for, like we used to get on the letter, whether you got audited and had to return in all your CEUs, is that not going to be done anymore?
You can turn in CEUs every time. There's a place to upload your CEs, and whenever you get into the system. So I know everyone can do it. I have never been notified I was under an audit, so I wouldn't know if I had been, but I've got it in there regardless. It can only hold a certain number of CEs. So you only put in the amount that you have to have. Don't think that's going to hold all your CEs, because it won't. But yeah, so go ahead and do it. So because it's all online, all automated, they can be uploaded, you're done. They are now only auditing, as of 2020, 5% of licensed, counselors or mental health professionals are now audited because of the backlog again. It used to be 10, so now it's only 5. So it's a smaller number. But yeah, everyone should be uploading your CEs every time. I mean, might as well. There's no reason not to. And that can show you went above and beyond. I'm going to head into forms on this side. Where's it at? I'm like, did I make it? Here we are. So now I'm on the MFT side. Again, supervised experience forms. Here's my experience verification, and here's the agreement form. Those are the only two that I'll be using from the website there. And they do not have the online way, so it's not all automated yet of being able to do things that way. So we can terminate electronically. The rules don't say anything about it, and so I'm still sending in the form regardless, but I should have done the part, and it should just be backup paperwork to back up what I did online. But as an MFT side, it'd be the same. And there's no way to add anyone right now. So will they get towards that? I have no clue. I don't know.
That was on the video licensing, whatever.
Say it one more.
You can take somebody off.
Where you can take someone off. I was under apply or renew.
Okay.
And I went into the online system. It took me into the system, and then I just went by my license, and so it's just further down. Got it? Okay, does everybody know how to use this now? Okay, you feel like you have the information you need on that end to move forward? Okay, so that is, that's basically what we're responsible for administrative-wise. When we talk about, that we didn't usually sign up to be a supervisor because we wanted to have a contract and to keep record of hours. But those are the main reasons, that they're with us, is because they want to reach full licensure, and we need to give them credit for what they've done. So that would be the way to go about it on the BHEC website as of the way that it's operating right now. The thing to know about the website is that it has the consolidated rule books, which I can show you those, but you just have to know it takes time for them to update things. So the newest rules just came out on the 28th. They became effective then. They got proposed in October. They were adopted February think it was like 25th. I'd have to look back. But and when they adopted it and they print it in the Texas Register, then it tells effective on this date. And so that's the date. But if I take you to the website, we'll go back one more time. And I'll show you. The rule books are really helpful. I mean, they're PDFs and you can find them. So I'm going to head over and I'm going to look under statutes and rules. So if I want just condensed version, I can come here. But you can see it says March 9th. Actually, this has changed since yesterday. That's hilarious. Because when I just looked at it yesterday, it was November. So just like that, magically, again, things happen overnight. So that's great. It's still not the most up-to-date version, but at least you know what version that you're looking at when you go there, because it'll tell you. So when you get, let me show you the rules. So you got a handout and it said 2022 handout. And instead of taking you to the handout, I'm going to take you where you can see where I found what you were looking at. It's, okay, did you get one that looked like this? Do you all have it in front of me? Yes. You do have it. Great. Okay. I got one that looks different. Awesome. I'm glad you got the right one. So now I'll try to look at this one along with you. So one thing we did to try to help is you got one handout that had, let's see, it says at the top. It just says like LPC adopted to be effective 11/23/20. And it has a chart that goes with it and just summarizes changes that happened in November 2020. The one that we're looking at right now is more the 2020 to 2022 summary and goes with what are the changes that we have as of right now with 2022. So it has a summary of the BHEC changes, a summary of the LPC changes, then we get into MFT and social work, and they've all had some pretty significant changes. So if you go in, it looks like this, hopefully what you're looking at, and it's got things that are underlined. It has things, let me see, things where you can see that there's a strike through, like on description at the top, where it says description F, the term interested person, you can see a strike through on the number 201.021. So this is what it looks like when they propose a rule. And so I'll take you so if you get notice, okay, they propose some rules. What am I supposed to do now? Like, how do I know what those rules are? Where do I find them? How do I know what they're changing? So I'm just Googling Texas Register. That's all you have to do. So it takes me to the website for the Secretary of State. I come down and I've got to know which issue I'm wanting to look at. And I know that these rules came out October 1st. So I'm going to look at the PDF version and I'm going to come down and find, here's October 1st. I'm going to hop in. Then it has this table of contents that's the same every time that they publish it. And I know I'm wanting to look at proposed rules. So then I get proposed rules for everything in Texas. And there's a lot of stuff. So I'm going to do my edit find because it's a PDF. And I know that I can put in counselor and search. And voila, there we go. So it took me straight to, here's where the counselor changes happened, along with every other government entity that had a change on that day. So you come down, this is all just, verbiage. It's things they have to say, saying it won't impact the economy, it won't impact the public, and it's just verbiage. But if you look over here on the right side, it'll have a different font with it, and you can tell, oh, like these are our rules, because I'm seeing numbers now, and I'm seeing like a designation of this is what it was. So in October, if I questioned what just happened, like what are we changing? Okay, so I'm seeing some underline here. When you see underline, it means they added it. When you see strike through, it means they're proposing that it gets removed and it gets taken out. So art therapy, okay, like that doesn't have a huge impact on me, not a big deal, okay, fine. But then we head down here to number 13, and this is where the questions start coming in. So we have a new definition. This didn't exist before, so why are we adding an independent practice definition? Like, I thought I knew what that was, So the practice of providing professional counseling services to a client without the supervision of an LPCS. Okay, I mean, makes sense to me. So I know independent practice means that they are not having to be under supervision anymore. So we've got some strike throughs on numbers. Okay, I don't care about those as much. And then I'm seeing, okay, so then I've got verbiage again. We're headed into a different set of the rules, and there's going to be some different changes. So again, I'm just kind of scrolling through here. Whoops, here's some more rules. So obviously we've got some changes I need to pay attention to. So a lot of these are seeming to be in the supervision realm, so I probably need to pay attention. And if I come down, then I'm noticing, oh, here's one. Okay, what does this refer to? So on D, it says the LPC associate shall not engage in independent practice. So they're taking off may, they're putting in a shall. So that's pretty important. What do I need to pay attention to? So it's saying they shall not engage in independent practice. Okay, well, independent practice prior to this meant that they couldn't be in private practice, like self-employed. Yes, you know, we all knew that rule. Okay, but now remember we changed the definition of independent practice. Instead of independent practice meaning own a practice, now it means not being supervised. So all this is saying is that they can't, you know, engage in services that don't include supervision. It's not saying anything about where they're practicing anymore. So the brackets with the strike through go with own an independent practice, because we're going to take that out. We're going to say that it doesn't impact them owning it, it only impacts them practicing alone. So any questions? Do you understand how to look at it now? Okay, how to read it. So you do have to dig. You either got to be willing to dig as a supervisor, because you've got to stay up to date, or follow someone really well. So if they're minor changes, I try to post things like in a newsletter, and we'll send special newsletters out. So if you're not on those, we have 4 different newsletter types. You go to the training.ccfam.com, you scroll to the bottom, it says sign up for a newsletter, and you can choose from ethics and supervision, play therapy, EMDR, and somatic experiencing, and the last one is like leadership and private practice, you know, or culture kind of thing. So you choose which one applies to you, but if you were in the supervision and ethics sign up, then you would get the newsletter that said, hey, pay attention to this change. So what I did is when these proposed rules came out, I did a special edition. And I said, ooh, like I've got some concerns here. There's a lot of verbiage going on and some things. So I went ahead and created my letter that I sent to the board with my comments. And what I did is for anybody that was on the newsletter, they could click on a link and see my entire comment that I sent off. So this is how you write professionally without emotion. Let the board, the council know, you know, what your thoughts are. Here's what I'm concerned about. If you're concerned about it, I would make a comment. So these rules came about with 80% of supervisors saying, I'm concerned. Like, I definitely have a concern. The comments on this, you know, because I was having people compile this information for me, and as they got to this section with the newest sets of rules, they were like, do you really want us to write all these comments? Like, there's a lot of comments, and I said no. So the goal was not for you to see every comment that was out there. They did respond to all of them because they're required to as the council, but they still can make whatever choice that they want to make, even if none of those comments were supporting the decision that they were making, which is basically what happened this past time. So everyone has different opinions. That is okay. Everyone can have them, and that's fine based on your setting and where you're at. But that's how you do it. So once, you don't really want to wait until it's adopted, because I'll show you what it looked like. So if I go back to, I'm going to stay there. I need to go back to the register. And so now they've told me, I got my email, I know it's been adopted, and I know that it was February 25th, but I need adopted rules. So if I head in there and I go to adopted, and then I'm going to do my edit find again. It just takes some digging. You have to be willing to dig. Is this the right one? I may have quoted it wrong. I've been searching this thing several times between yesterday and today. Yesterday I led ethics for everyone. Okay, it's not the 25th, is it the 18th? Let's find out. I'm struggling. I really thought I had nailed it down. Oh, there it is. Okay. So you can see it popped up. So this was whatever I said, I think the 18th. The problem is if you come down, and I went to adopted rules, it even tells you like who's making comments. These people are making comments for or against the rule. So Christian Counselors of Texas was saying, not a great idea. So we got all these responses. Can you tell how many comments there are? There's a lot of comments. But as we come down and we finally get to the rules, this is why it was such a sticky topic. We finally get to the rules. Okay, great. So then I see and I come down, well, all that they're doing here is they're just publishing the new rule. I can't tell what was deleted. I can't tell what was added. I'm just having to figure it out by looking at whatever the new rule is and hoping I remember what the old rule was, which my brain's not that great, so maybe yours is. So it just shows you, you've really got to backtrack. The way you backtrack, if you look over here, it says on the right side, proposal publication date. That's where I got October 1st from. That's how I knew. So you can use this, go to where it was adopted, look over to the side and figure out when does it say for that section that the proposed date was, when does it say the effective date was. And so for some, that's interesting. As one I was looking at yesterday, I could have sworn it said the 28th. But, so this one's saying 27th. So February 27th, October 1st, and then we know that this one got published and printed on, what did I say? It was February 18th. So a lot of dates to try to keep up with, and it is a lot of finagling around, but that's how you dig in the Texas Register. So did anybody already know how to do that before we just did that? No one? Okay, I am so glad we just did that together. So what a journey, adventure to be on. So now you know. So whether,
Oh my goodness.
it is a lot, it's a lot. So whether you all want to do it personally or whether you just want to follow well, someone that you know is, that's how frustrating it gets as I'm trying to watch, all of the boards and trying to figure out where to go and what to do. It does take a lot, to keep up with it. It's not easy by any means. So we did end up having like a handout. That's the one that ended up in my book. And it was like things that happened between 2020 and 2022. The problem is they really weren't things that were super important. It was more like the family leave pool for BHAC. And we had some changes, with COVID and some other things. I think the biggest thing is just knowing if those are really important to you to want to know every piece, it'd be important to do a Texas ethics training because we just can't get through all of that today. But today we can definitely hit on all of these new ones, which are the ones that impact supervisors. So social worker supervision and their requirements changed drastically like in the fall. But, for the big bulk, when it came to the associate side, it's more the LPC side that just changed. And MFT had, some changes in there, but not as significant, I would say, in impacting what we're doing as supervisors as the LPC side. So now that you have that, you have another document that was the question and answer set that you could use.
So Rhonda, can I ask you a quick question? I want to make sure I'm clear. So with the little area that you just showed us with the LPCs and practicing independently. So with this the one that was approved is they cannot practice independently?
No, it's that they can practice independently, as in private practice owning. So with the new definition of practice independently, no, they can't practice without a supervisor. And that is what practice,
They can have a private practice.
they can. So practice independently now means they don't need me. And that's not true. They do need you. They have to have a supervisor and be with someone. But it means they can work wherever they want. So what changed with that, and we can look at it. So when we go through these, we put them in order of where to find them in the rules so it's easier for your supervisees as they're doing the ethics. It makes it a bit harder for us today because they're not necessarily highlighted based on the changes that were there, but I can pinpoint several of them and you can see them. Like number 3 would be the COVID-19. saying we're not allowed to ask for a vaccination card or if they've recovered from COVID to see them and provide services. Like that's something that we're not allowed to do. That was a new rule, that's come about since 2020. That would be an example. You can see some that have the 2022, like number 4, where it's saying hasn't been, if there's a disaster and they give them an emergency license, that they don't have to be renewed every 30 days, which would be hard to do when there's a disaster going on wherever they're providing services. So that'd be rough anyway. I could see why they did that. So we're gonna go ahead and hop to, let me see if I can find it. We're gonna move on to page, so it's heading like to page 10 of the LPC one. And it's like question 88. So if I'm looking at that, it's letting me know they're now able to own what? It's a private counseling practice, and it's client records. Okay, so how many supervisors can they have? Well, we know, most of us know they can have 2. The key to remember is that if they have 2, they have to meet with both of them every week. There's not like a shared situation of 1 week on, 1 week off. If I'm signed on with them, I have to meet with them every week. The only reason for having 2 goes back to they're in our agency, they work for us, we provide supervision. It's a free benefit to them, not free to the organization, but free to them. So they participate. Well, they decide, hey, I'm going to start my own practice on the side. I want to see, how many clients I can get. Great. So they decide they're going to do that, and they have these few clients on the side. I would, as an organization, I would not, take on the responsibility of consulting on cases that have to do with a practice that they're choosing to have on their own on the side. Like you are only, you can choose as a supervisor with your own practice, say they work for you and they want to start their own on the side. You could choose to say, I'm only going to watch over hours here. Like these are the hours I watch over. So you need to get your number 2, who's going to handle this side over here. But it does mean they have to meet with both of you every week. So just know that anytime you sign on, you're signing on, and it's not every week, it's 4 hours a month, but basically it ends up being every week. So whatever you're doing your 4 hours a month. So whether they have a job, don't have a job, whether they're getting hours, getting no hours, whether they only have 2 clients at that site or they have 200, you are with them 4 hours a month. Regardless of whatever circumstances surround their situation, just know that you're doing that. So we know that they can, to be able, says an LPC associate to finish out, they have 60 months. So we know that minimum's 18, maximum 60. So we head into, they could reapply if they don't get their license in that 60-month period. They would have to retest, so re-exam, read jurisprudence, and then they will allow them some more time on the back end and shave the time usually off of the front end. So it can't be longer than 5 years, but they can fudge a little in adding on time on the end that they take off the front end if they weren't getting a lot of hours back then, whatever it might be. So they don't finish supervision until the supervision's totally done, meaning it got posted, and somebody had a question.
I had a quick question. I know, because I thought in the board rules too, so during COVID, if their site was completely shut down, you can write a letter if it's over a month and both you and your supervisee agree to a break, you can put a letter in there, right?
I would never do that. So I wouldn't do a leave of absence unless it is like a medical situation. So they have cancer, or this is like the most difficult pregnancy ever, or like we have terminal illness, like something's going on, somewhere or something, maybe a relative has passed away and they're having to deal with an estate like, many states away. And we know this is going to be a month. For me, I would never put someone on leave just because, of situation, like they're not working, whatever. The board and the council's viewpoint is that we have plenty of things to help them about, with and to teach them about that have nothing to do with like clients and case consultation. So you're not in trouble for doing that, but is it something that I would do? It's not something I would do. So you get to have that choice. It's up to you, but it's definitely not meant, it wasn't set up to be, we're just making the decision. The struggle is that there was nothing in there. Say someone's doing cancer treatments for 6 months, they're not sure if they're gonna live or not. There's no loophole in there. Like they have to go to supervision, that entire time, whether they're getting hours, not getting hours. So for me, I have never had someone on a leave of absence, but if I did, I would just make sure we're not counting any hours. There's no indirect hours and there's no direct hours. It's like it was a gap of time, that never existed. And it would have a defined time frame if they're coming back here, whether the situation has changed or not, because COVID, as we know, has lasted a really long time. So if we were doing it based on that, that would have been a really long period of time and not just a little 30-day period. So whatever you did, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just know what it's intended for, and that could very quickly, a supervisee could manipulate and want to abuse it. And so you don't want to be taken advantage of. But yeah, does that help answer?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
I need clarification because I'm going to tell on myself, I guess.
It's okay.
We share supervision at Rush Creek, and we go like every other week.
Right,
Is
so
that always how it's been?
it's always been that way. It's okay, so it's good to know. So now you're doing, and that's okay. So there are times, I can tell myself. So there was a time I took on a supervisee. I knew she was going to supervision somewhere else, and I had the same thought process. I was like, well, I'm the second one. She wanted to sign on and do every other week. I think she was like, I have this other one, but I'm having to pay more for you. Can I just come every other time? Because I already have my other thing going. And I said, sure. And that did not go well super fast because she was no-showing my supervision. So then I had no clue when she was in supervision, like at all. So I think the thing is, like, now you know. And so go back. We need to game plan. Let's figure this out. Like, what are we doing? It would be nicer, sure, if you could have shared, supervision. We're at the same place, we're both signed on, they can be with either of us. But that's one reason, like here, I'll have someone provide the play supervision, but I do it on top of the state. And so that means they're not signed on with the state. I'm the only one signed on with the state. So I see them every week, for supervision. And then to do the play supervision, I don't feel like I can cover that with who I have in the room and all the things that we're doing. And so that's more like a specialized, here's your time, show your videos, it goes more in depth into play. And so we have multiple supervision going on at times, but only one person signed on with the state. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. So it helps you understand, like, that question comes up because if you didn't think about it or know, it would be, well, why not? It doesn't say in the rules, not shared. So I can tell one, so I've graded a little bit, probably more than a little bit since this fall, because we've had several supervisees. They all were starting around the same time. I could have seen them at opposite times, but they were all starting together, and it would have been really confusing to figure out, what did I say? What did I not say? Who was I with? And it feels like, well, they can learn together, as they're getting started, like, let's try to jump in. Well, I had one was a student, so they're not official yet. One's a social worker, so I'm not manning that. And then we had like 2 that were licensed as associates. So really, I had 4 in the room, which is breaking the rule. Really, because the intention is individual is 2 or less, 1 or 2 in the room. But because I was only counting it, I went with kind of the black and white version, which wasn't great, of I'm gonna see these 4, and we're gonna count these. And because only 2 of them are counting hours, only 2 are official, I'm only signing off on things for 2. The others are like in this holding pattern, waiting on exams or the state or whatever it might be. And so, so now they're all getting where they need to go, and so they're rolling, off at that point into where they need to go. And so we have other supervisors now taking over, so it's not just me. So it's taken a little while to get there. So there's the black and white version, and then there's these gray versions of like, this worked for us for a little while, but now I need to recognize I'm past the line. So we're pulling back some. So it's officially, yes, it met the mark, but not what the intent was. So I think go back to motive.
And the verb, is the verbiage in like a
Well, the way you know is when you sign the experience documentation form, it says, did you meet with them 4 hours a month? Well, if you didn't meet with them 4 hours, how are you going to initial that? Because you didn't. You only did twice.
Because we just signed off on 2.
Mm-hmm.
We did an addendum, I guess, and just put like a little asterisk and said co-supervised with.
Yeah,
Hasn't come back to bite us yet.
I wouldn't do it. So someone may flag that at some point.
Yeah.
That's why it doesn't have that, on it, is it's meant to be the setup of the 4 hours. So yes, so I'm glad that you were fully honest. That's awesome. So I mean, you put an addendum on it. You created your own addendum. Awesome. So I think that's the best way to do it if you're going to do it, is you're letting them know, hey, it took 2 of us, but we got it done. So I don't, there's nothing allowing for that in the rules. Would they allow that to go for the next 10 years? I have no clue.
Sure.
And that becomes the problem. Like, we never know when is something going to be okay, when is it not going to be okay. The rules are there because people get in trouble. They're not there to be our friend. Mm-hmm. And you don't ever contact the council with a question. I'm just going to say that. Because if you can't find it for yourself in the rules, then you shouldn't be contacting them. It's a matter of, it's a gray area and they don't want to be held liable, so they're never going to give you an answer. It's not going to happen. So it's your responsibility to come back to the rules and either know it or to decide it's gray. Like, the only time you should be calling would be like paperwork, or, hey, I paid, I can't get my thing to renew, something along those lines. But not just the gray area questions that they're not going to want the liability for. So was there another question?
Yeah, if it's an individual, it's either 1 or 2. What about group situation? How is it?
Yeah, so group is going to be past 2. So, you got more than 2 bodies in the room. Then we're going to end up calling that group, and that's where you can still have the half that you've always had. So
right, correct. So it's 50% of them can be, they don't have to be just the triad, the 1 or 2, but up to 50% can be in group supervision, right? That's what the rules is. Okay, okay.
If you can man it well and do it every other week or whatever, however, we've reached our 50% mark. Yes, absolutely.
I I do have a question. It's a little bit complicated, but it's about a gap in time. It was about 4, maybe coming up on close to 5 years ago now, I signed a supervision agreement with someone. And of course, that was way back when it was taking forever to get licenses. And by the time she did, her situation had changed dramatically. She was not working in the field at all, not getting any contact hours. And in fact, I don't know for sure if this happened now because it's not in the written stuff I have from her, but my understanding was she even had to leave the country because she was had to go do some stuff to get a residency and those kinds of things. And back then, I know way back in the past, you were not required to meet if you were not collecting any hours. And if the rules had changed by that point, I fully admit that I did not scour them carefully enough to see that. And I know they have long since changed. And didn't go back to her at the point when they did and say, you still have an associate license. Technically, we still are supposed to be meeting whether you're getting hours or not. And so she has since said she's ready and settled and got back into things. And I declined to supervise her at that point. She switched, but she has no hours under me at all. And I need to sign, I think, that supervised experience form, like you said, saying we met 4 hours a week, or 4 hours a month, when we didn't because of the situation. And also at that time, again, either it wasn't a rule yet, or if it was, I didn't scour the stuff enough to know of putting that letter in the file. Do I need to go back and do that now, or is that just going to cause more problems, or what would your recommendation be on that?
Yeah, if she's with someone else, if it's on the LPC side and you can terminate it, how I showed you, because it's long gone.
We did. We did all that for her to transfer, yeah.
Okay, so if you did the terminate online, whatever, I'd just kind of be done, because you're not signing on anything and you already did it electronically. Basically, there's nothing to fill out on the experience verification. If you hadn't, if she had just popped up and wasn't anywhere else, I would say fill it out. Even if you put 00, You're just showing we're done, you know, and then you could hop online and terminate. But it has always been a rule. I think it's been confusing. You know, people do get confused because it's hard to stay up to date, or we're not thinking about all the factors. But the minute they show is when they start. And so if they decided my situation's changed, that's fine. You just fill out the experience documentation form, or you do that terminate online that I just showed you, and you're done. Like, you're not left as their supervisor. You want them removed as soon as possible when you're not meeting with them and your name is showing with them. So, you know, for her, I have no clue what's going to happen. I don't know how long that's been. So can she finish her license in the time frame she has left? I don't know. That's, you know, for them to decide and to deal with. Yeah. So she may have to re-exam, read jurisprudence, but they may be able to count some of what she's doing now. We'll let them decide. But it just goes back to, don't leave gaps like that. You don't want to leave anyone hanging out, you know, and never ever land, having no clue if they're coming back or if they're finishing or where they're going. Like, my job is just to make sure that I finished out. Whether they got inherited and found their person, I'm going to leave that up to the council. I just know that I don't have liability anymore. Yeah. Great question. You're asking great questions. So everything else, I'm trying to look through this section, should be the same. And if they answer all your questions, it keeps going through, like question 105, we're moving on, like how much can you do online and group? Another change that happened is on question 107 and then 108. So 107, they took off that you don't have to have the wall certificate, but we do have to have a copy. Why, I don't know, but I have to show I looked, just like I looked a minute ago, and I printed off the online license verification, and I added that to their file. So it used to say I had to have a copy of the wall certificate. Thankfully, they have changed that. And so now I just go on, I print it off, and I add it to the file. So my supervisees are in our software just like a client is. I have that uploaded. You know, these are the 6 things that I have to be keeping track of and make sure that I've got, you know, in their file as we move on. So that's a change. And then the liability did change with saying that they could, you know, own a practice. So we're not calling it independent practice anymore. We're just saying own a practice. Now that they can own one, what they did is they changed the liability because they knew everyone was pretty upset. There were a lot of people that were upset, the majority. And so what it says now is that both of us have responsibility, but they threw in this caveat. So the supervisor is now liable for disciplinary action for professional violations by the associate only if the supervisor knew about the violation or was negligent. That's a pretty big buffer they threw in for us, and saying, my person's having sex with a client, you know, because that's the thing. It's like, well, what if they have their own practice and they decide to have sex with every client? Like, how am I ever going to know that? So basically by saying, here's what we'll do. So we're going to let them own one. We'll let the petition from the associates went out. So we'll let them do that, but we'll tell you that you're only responsible for what you know about, which is a big deal. I think that's huge, you know, in that when situations come up, it's always been like, do I make a complaint against my supervisee or not? Like, I'm really telling on myself too. So, you know, you only want to do that obviously when it's really inappropriate and really unethical. So we've got to be at extremes at that point. And I've had trouble, you know, when I do consultations with people who are in sticky situations and trying to help them and trying to figure out, like, do they keep the supervisee? Do they let them go? Oh, you know, what do you do? Because it's your liability too. So at least now we would know. And what I've seen as of late, there was probably the worst situation I've ever consulted with within the last year. And they did end up, it was one no one would want to have. And in that situation, the council never did bring that supervisor. They just sent their records, showed what they had done. They consulted with like 3 or 4 people, including me. They wrote all the people they consulted with, what the advice was that they got. They showed what they had done, you know, to try to help the supervisee. And since they even found out about what happened, and it was done. They just kind of washed hands. There was no like reprimand, no liability. So it is good in some ways that they're recognizing I I can't, I'm not like a parent in that I'm not like with a toddler, you know, I'm with a late teen. So they're off on their own, doing their own adventure to some degree, and I can only be responsible for so much. So I'm grateful for that piece, but it doesn't make up for where I feel like we might be headed in the field and some repercussions that may come from this. You know, I think there are going to be some, I'm sure there will be. You know, if we're trying to stop the backlog of complaints and people already struggle, there are master's degree counselors who don't get their license and, you know, slap up a website and just start counseling. I see those, you know, unfortunately more frequently than not. So if they're willing to do that and be unethical, can we really trust that they can figure out how to run a practice, you know, do HIPAA, run a practice, do taxes, all the things that those of you who are self-employed know what goes into it. And by the way, let me figure out how to work with all these clients that are coming through my door and know who I should be seeing, you know, and be selective in that process. Probably not. And so you get the choice to say, that's not something I want to supervise. And you can say, that's not for me. Just like with my client, I had to decide I'd rather be doing this, you know, instead of doing this. So I made that decision, you know, and the client thankfully helped with that too. And so we moved forward. Well, you get to decide that as a supervisor. So it's been decided, it's done, you know, it's there. But from now, it's just a matter of like, who do you want to take on and what do you want to focus on in supervision, you know, and how do you want to focus on it? And knowing if they're going to have something on the side, do I want to watch over that as well? So it's not so much liability anymore as much as like, is that what I agreed to? Is it my job responsibility at the agency I'm at? Whatever those logistical, you know, pieces might be. So I know we're really close. We're at like break time now. So how about I give you a break now that I've like riled you up, I'm sure. And so we'll do a break. We'll come back. Whatever questions you have about any of this, you know, start thinking like, how does this impact me? And I'm happy to try to answer, you know, however I can, or we can brainstorm. So how we can help with that. So we're at now like 25 after. So let's say we'll come back like at 40 after. And we'll get started back and we'll finish out our afternoon together and go from there. So what other questions do you have that I have raised? How is this impacting you specifically in your setting? How does this change what you're doing based on the changes that we know about now?
I have a question. I'm having a hard time finding what the requirements are for an LPCS now for CEUs. Is it different than just an LPC?
It is. So the only thing that's different is that they ended up saying that it is an additional 6 hours. So now we have to do 30 CE hours instead of just 24, with the 6 being a part of the 24.
That's new as of yesterday.
It was in 2020.
Oh.
So it's been for a little while. I know you had, again, I didn't even recognize that change. So I didn't notice either. That's where you have to like find, somehow I missed it too. And I saw someone else post something and I was like, oh, okay, I need to know. So basically it's the same CE as social worker and MFT now. It's 30 if you're a supervisor. But.
And is the refresher course included in that at some point? I thought I read that somewhere where we had to, within so many years, have a supervision refresher course.
That's what that 6 hours is. That's what I'm saying. So it's still, it's 24 CEs for everyone else. It's 30 if you're a supervisor because you add on 6.
Okay. But it doesn't necessarily have to be a supervisor refresher as much as supervision specific?
Well, same thing. I mean, a supervisor refresher is supervisor specific. It's some kind of training that was on supervision.
Right.
So, I mean,
40 hours.
yeah. So, I mean,
Yeah, for sure.
the 6 hours, is just a matter of, so whether it's something that was general and broad, or whether you came through because you knew I've got to stay up to date with the rules, you know, through this one, whatever it is, just some 6. Yes.
So along those lines, if you do more than the 6 hours for the refresher, say I had another training and a number of those hours were related to supervision, those can count towards my 24, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's the 4 ethics, 2 of which are Texas ethics, which I still don't understand all that, but one of those is jurisprudence. So where are you going to find one CE, you know, but regardless. So you got jurisprudence, you've got your...
It's called CEU by net.
There you go.
And on the website, it says Texas-specific ethics.
There you go. So.
And it's for 2.
Okay, well, not 1, but 2. There you go. So whichever one you do, you know, whether it's ours, whether it's someone else's, just make sure you know it's something that's up to date so you can stay up to date with it. But yeah, so you've got the 4, and then you have the 2 that are Texas ethics, so the 4. Then you have the 6 refresher, and I think that should cover it. And then on the MFT side, you've got 3 refresher, but instead you have 6 ethics. And just remember that you have to do the jurisprudence if you're an MFT supervisor. MFTs don't have to. And so you add that into the mix, and then you'll meet that mark for the 30. Okay, this is what I was looking at. I don't think you all received it. It's not necessarily a huge deal because it's been well over a year and a half ago. But it just has a synopsis of the changes that took place, like how the terminology moved to associate. They changed some things like being able to use illegal drugs if you were an LPC, as long as you weren't providing counseling while you did it. They're just these little intricacies. On MFT, they changed how many excess hours could count based on the program that they're a part of, whether it's CUAM, FTE. And then they lowered the amount of services that had to be to couples or families, and they lowered it to 500 instead of the 750. And so then everyone keeps records of the same amount of time. So then we head to this chart. It's gonna be harder to see. It'll be harder for me to see too. But it says acceptable continuing education. And so it's basically letting you know that, yes, so they did away with the CE providers as we headed into 2020, the end of it. And for LPC, it says that the participant is responsible to make sure that the presenter is knowledgeable on the topic that they're presenting on. And they do need to be someone in the field. It needs to be something, you know, counseling related. But it doesn't dictate any time frame of how long records have to be kept. So it's your responsibility as a participant to know, I may never be able to get these records again. I've got to put them in a cloud or somewhere where I won't lose them, because the provider's not responsible anymore for keeping them a certain length of time by Texas. So then we head into the MFT realm, and they did a little bit of the opposite in saying that it is the presenter that's responsible to know if they're knowledgeable on what they're teaching on. But it had some similar things. It does say that, let me see, that they will keep the records and the documents for 3 years. So it used to be 5, but now if it's an MFT providing it, saying 3 years, LPC is saying not required at all. And then social work is the one that I believe, trying to look, there says 3 years too. So I guess it's all 3 years. So they do look at it the same as MFT. So MFT and social work usually align, and sometimes LPC goes off on its own. And that's what happened with this one. But yeah, so CE providers, anyone can be one, because you don't pay the state anymore to be a provider. You just provide within the state of Texas. Obviously, we can't guarantee it would work for another state, and provide something, and then you provide the things it's saying, the sign in, the eval, you know, the certificate, those pieces that are required. But just know, you want to make sure what you're attending is quality, because they didn't have to go through a lot of hoops, very minimal, to be able to lead something. Absolutely. Great question. So, what else?
The whole, what we bear responsibility for as a supervisor, what we do know, you know, versus what we
Yeah.
don't know. Things like HIPAA compliance and stuff like that. Is there something that states specifically that as a supervisor I'm responsible to teach my supervisees about HIPAA, or?
Yeah, that's the national guideline. So it has nothing to do with our state guidelines. It's something that we're required to renew really yearly, just by being a mental health professional. So it's not going to say that in the guidelines anywhere. that goes back to the piece of the national. So whether it's doing a training online or making sure they've done something, every organization should have something, you know, in place. So the training we have is the same. I can show you is very similar. We use the same thing internally. So the company that gives us like our HIPAA seal and backs us up if we have an issue, what I did is I utilized their videos. So it's an on-demand, and it's down here, implementing HIPAA, I think. Is that right? Did I get it right? Yeah. So this is an example one. So it's the 2.5 for the MBCC hours again. It'll end up being 3 eventually. But this one is the same video that like we would watch internally with our staff to renew every year, and gives the MFT requirement that if you're providing any virtual counseling, you have to do 2 hours of a virtual refresher. So you might as well combine it with HIPAA and do the same thing because you have to do it anyway. So, yep. So that there's an option. I'm sure there are others like the one she mentioned earlier.
So do you provide that training on the 2-hour renewal?
It's on demand, yeah. So you just take it on demand, yeah.
Okay. You know,
So-
I did your.
Yes, the 15, the really big one, yes.
Yeah.
So for a refresher, if you provide any virtual counseling, I always say like follow the stricter standard license, because every license has some different standards. That's the Texas Ethics is looking at all of them. And so yeah, I recommend everybody, if you're gonna provide virtual, do, you know, some type of refresher on virtual HIPAA, something to show that you've done it. Yeah, so if you did it once a year for HIPAA, you've got your 2 hours, you know, to be able to then vouch for it at your renewal time. Questions? Anything else? You're like fried at this point.
Where was that one at for the HIPAA? Or we
It's just on our website.
Okay, on your website. Okay, all right, cool.
So that's just ours. I mean, I'm sure there are others like you all were talking about, but yeah. So this is just at the training.ccfam.com. It's on demand. It's called Implementing HIPAA.
Dr. Johnson, can you give some further, you alluded to the use of drugs, and can you, as long as you're not using them while you're practicing, but could you give us some further clarification on, I guess, the changes having to do with criminal record?
Yes, and I'm not saying I use illegal drugs, just to be really clear on this training, since it's being recorded. Yes, so I think they did that in preparation for a marijuana law, at some point or something. I don't know why they did that. So when it comes to, you were saying, so I got lost. I was like, just to be clear, you were asking me further clarification on, say it again, what was the ending part?
Becoming licensed if you have a criminal background, I guess.
Yeah, that's just the fingerprinting. So, I mean, we don't have to turn in things or say, yes, I have more than a Class C, because they're following us now. They know everything about us. So once they have your fingerprint, they know everything. So you're in the database. Yep. So when you renew, you have to do the, we should have said that, I guess, the sex trafficking. And so you would do that one. If you need to do that, I mean, it's real easy, but if you just head on, I just Google it. It's not, and it's not sex trafficking, it's human trafficking. Thank you. I say that and I always get it wrong. It's my fault.
That's all we knew about for a long time.
I shouldn't be that selective. So let's see, so the resource center, is that what I'm wanting? I think I'm wanting, I need to put in training, and that will help in my search. So I'm going to put in, so I'm going to put in Texas, human trafficking training, and it's going to pop up a website right here. So if I head to this hhs.texas.gov, it'll give me a list right here, view the list, and I can see everyone who offers human trafficking training, how many hours it's worth, how much it costs. The one that the state provides and the one that I did is, let me find it, it's like further down, it's kind of hard to find, I think. I had to go on for a while. Is it that one? Nope. Where is it at? Am I there yet? You can tell the list is lengthy. Is that it? Nope. It is. Is that what it is? Yeah, no, it's, there it is, SOAR. Like it's forever down the list. I always feel like I'm going on forever and ever. This was the one that the state paid for, basically. So it's SOAR to Health and Wellness. It says it's 1 hour, it's free. It tells you when you can take it. It looks like it's about to expire. I'm sure some of these look like that. They just have to renew them. The key I would tell you is a lot of people tell me that it is way longer than an hour. And if you decide to click on everything you can click on to get more information, it is definitely longer than an hour. I went through and did it. I did not click on every little piece that I did not have to click on. I just got the training done and it was an hour. So it just depends on how far you dig.
They make you click on everything. That's
They do not make you.
It's going to make you go back. You did not read.
Yes, no, it does not do that. So it's like if you want to know more about this, click here. So yeah.
79 clicks.
That's right, 79 clicks. That's hilarious. Some of the sites are like that.
You can't remember
What you clicked and what you didn't click. That's so true. That's so true.
Going back and doing everything twice.
That's funny. What other questions?
You have to have in those 24 hours, one of them has to be human trafficking specifically.
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't say that because it's in the BHEC rules. You're not going to find it in the LPC LMFT set. It's just part of BHEC. So you have to do it. It doesn't say, it's not written out in the rules like the 2 Texas ethics. It's more like you have to know this because you are a mental health professional. You're supposed to know. But it definitely can count towards one of those 24. Absolutely. Okay. Let's jump back into the paperwork. Let's see if we can round this out. And then we'll head into evaluations. And we will finish that in less than an hour. So, promise. Okay, so I told you informed consent and contract were there. So we'll just speed past those. I'm going to pretend like you've already had some you've been using. And if not, feel free to use this electronic version. Just pop your information in. So that puts us on page, I think, 48 with the associate counseling agreement. So with the associate counseling agreement, it's acknowledging that they are seeing an associate and who the supervisor is. So whatever you have, if it's in your intake paperwork, because everyone's supervised by the same person, whether it's an extra form they fill out, whatever you want to use, it's just an informed consent. So we have the client informed consent. We have an informed consent for supervision. If I'm providing any telehealth supervision, then I'm going to have a telehealth informed consent for supervision. And this one that we're looking at is the client informed consent that they're seeing an associate. So we've got lots of language just for the words informed consent when it comes to counseling and supervision now. So that would be one that you could use. So we head into page 49 is the checklist. So the checklist that I'm giving you is one that just includes the things we've been talking about. None of this is required by the council or by the board. The only thing they require are the forms that we looked at on their website. So all these other pieces are just preventative. They're to ensure if something happened that you've gone above and beyond and you can show that. So I'd have my references, my informed consent, contract, the supervisor agreement form, the web confirmation that they have their license. I would match our liability or have their liability, whatever it is. Copies of all the documentation, and then I'm going to make sure I've mailed it. So I either terminate online and still go ahead and mail forms, or I mail whatever forms need to be and do that signature return receipt. So, and I'm going to make sure, do we have logs for each place that they have worked? So I'm keeping track of everywhere they are. And then we're going to have, as they continue in supervision, going to continue looking at those logs, watching hours, making sure they're gaining enough hours as they go along. If they're off on their own, I'd highly recommend printing off LinkedIn, their website, whatever they're using to advertise, and print it off showing that it had you listed as the supervisor. So that way you can show at one point in time, I went on, I looked, whether they move it, remove it next week or not, at least I know it was there at one time. Then you'd have receipts, copies of any changes that were made, and then those remediation plans if you have to do them. Every 6 months, you might look at those websites again, advertising, like, are they listing me on all the emails, all the things I'm supposed to be listed on? And then for ending supervision, that we get all the forms done completely and they got removed. So when you looked yourself up, that everyone that's with you is someone who's current. So you would be doing that. On page 50 is that on-site supervisor release that I talked about. This is for when I'm providing off-site supervision. So sometimes that title is confusing, whatever makes sense to you, use it. I call it on-site because they're going to their site and having them fill out the form so that I can have it, even though I'm the off-site person. So the associate fills it out, the site information goes there, but then I'm gonna want the site supervisor, not for the board or the council, but just the supervision happening on-site. Then we're gonna have my information as the council supervisor. It's gonna ask some questions like, how do they get supervision? What type of accountability do they have? And I'm even gonna wanna see some job responsibilities. If I took on the liability of someone in Lubbock saying, hey, will you supervise me? I have never been to the place they're working. I don't go to Lubbock. I am not gonna be on site. I have no clue. Then and I don't even know where they're working, then I'm probably gonna wanna make sure, like, is this place real or not real? Are they making this up? And I'm just gonna sign off on hours that are completely fake, and fraudulent. So it's one way, at least, that I can ensure if I needed to reach out to someone, that there was someone that I could reach out to. The job responsibilities just let me know, what am I signing off on? Are they really seeing clients, or are they just doing paperwork, administratively? So it has a release on there. It also asks, like, can they show me videotapes? No one wants to show videotapes if they don't have to. So you may have a supervisee say, oh, I can't show them, but really they could. So it's asking, can they show them to me? Can they show me clinical notes and treatment plans? And if they're not allowed to, are they getting consistent accountability for those, like for what they're providing? And so that would determine for me getting this form on would I take someone who is not internally working where I was. It's just an extra measure. From there is the weekly documentation form. This is the one that they have filled out when they come into supervision every week. So it's already done. I don't do anything on it except for sign it. If I just had one supervisee with me, which it's been a while because I told you I've had that group now, I would just do it electronically and sign it and upload it into my software. Because I have several of them, over 3 that are with me, that's really hard to keep all those documents pulled up and for me to go back and forth between them. I just do better with a paper copy, so they've been bringing in paper ones and I actually sign them and then I upload them. So whatever works for you is what I would use. The key is they have to have the pre-session goals filled out. So when they come in, it's not going to be like a client, like we get to the last 5 minutes and they tell me about what they should have told me about at the beginning and we've got to be wrapping up and it's like an ethical issue, and it becomes a problem. So instead, when I sit down with my 4, I already know I can count. I have 7 topics that we're going to talk on today. So I need to manage time well in this 2 hours that I spend with this group, which is what I do, so that I can make sure that we rotate through all the topics. Instead of them just kind of rambling on a topic, and really there's 2 more, but they didn't get to those, and so you never knew that you didn't address them. So have them fill out those pre-session goals ahead. I have some things in there to help be reminders for them, but also to hold them accountable. I don't have very many supervisees, as honest as they are, that would sit down and go, I am 2 weeks behind on my notes. It's not unless I ask, or how far are you behind in your treatment plans? Even people who are fully licensed, there's the struggle of like, are they staying up to date and doing what they should do? So they're having to mark yes or no every week so that I know where it stands. For us, we have some things here, like have they terminated everyone? But then it even asks about the advertising. Am I listed on all your emails, your websites, your advertising, your whatever? And they're gonna say yes or no. The homework that they were given, That could be homework I gave. That could be they listened to a podcast, they read a book, they attended a training, whatever they're doing, it lets me know what are they learning about. So if they're learning about something I know nothing about, that's great for me to ask. Let's get a topic going so that I know, and you can train me on what you're learning. What they think their strengths are, what they need to improve on, and then on the back, that's just where I want a whole tally of over the whole picture, not for that week, how far are they in their hours. Basically, I just want to see on a weekly basis, when do we get done? So it's not, the log is, here's where we are every week, but this form is just how much longer do we have to go? So I can help encourage them in the process, but I can also figure out we need to speed this up, or your indirect hours are way behind compared to direct, or direct are behind. What do we need to do? So that's how I use the weekly form. For me, we're about to head into the logs. So there's the indirect log, there's an LPC log, and then you have an MFT log. And it's MFT because it has marriage and family hours. They still have what they call phone web hours. And then you would have just indirect hours. So you're tallying all those separately because they have separate amounts that they will allow for each of them. So let's head back into the drive for a sec. So I've shown you the portfolio, and in the drive, I'm going to head to my drive. I just have a folder for each of them. So I have the portfolio folder they all share, but then we'll just head in here. So here's the one I have. So it shows they have their LPC log in here, and they have their APT log. So they pulled the clean copies from that portfolio Google folder. I have a folder just for each person, and if I head in there, then I should be able to pull up the log at any point. And there's my just electronic signature that's over to the side. So you can see I'm a few weeks behind. I need to get those signed. And then I can see the whole total, and I can know, does that whole total match what they've been putting on their form? So you can tell lots of hours in there that they've worked on it, and that's what it looks like. So one thing that I do to help with the resources and indirect hours, and that is, let's see, head back to the drive. I'm going to go on the portfolio, and if you're like me and you have things laying around everywhere and you're like, that would be a real help to them if I could remember where to find it. So one point in time, it took us a long time to get here, but we created like a teen adult folder. And so in that folder, if they work with teens or adults, it has every issue that they might come into counseling with, just different topics. And it has handouts or trainings or PowerPoints or anything that I've ever attended or led or done or whatever, read. And so it got added into this Google Drive. And what it means is I am not the be-all end-all of information anymore. So the question always becomes, if they're not sure on something, did you go to the drive? It's the same thing when it comes to a play supervising, and it's just separated out. And so they would get access, to all those issues. So internally as a staff, everyone here has access to it, but it's not something I can give access to outside of our practice because these aren't my resources. I didn't create all of them. I didn't lead all of them. I didn't make all of them. So the key would be, what have you attended? What have you done? What is your interest? Who do you work with? Figure out what kind of folders would be helpful for you to have. And I would just start somewhere. This is not an overnight project, but we're headed towards summer. You could hire someone who's not even 16 yet and pay minimum, just to have them help you out and get some things scanned in. So for a long time, we had literally, it was a black box, and I called it the black box, and it had papers in it. And so my thought was, if you care enough to learn, you'll go to the black box and rifle through it with the folders. But as we had more off-site supervisees coming through, and just as more people were coming through, it became real clear I needed to move it online where it was more easily accessible. So that was the goal of the Google Drive. So it's not a be-all end-all. It's just, if this would be a help to you, start small, bite-sized chunk. So again, you've heard lots of things today, but it's, you know, it's not about trying to do it all overnight. So any questions on that? Nope. Okay. So next one is the associate leave of absence. Someone referenced that earlier. So it's on page 57. The one that I use, it specifically says like when they'll return to supervision. It has a date they fill in. I made this up on my own. There is no form that exists for this. And so when you do that, it says at the bottom if they don't return when they said they would. So we talked about sometimes supervisees are out roaming around listed under you and you don't know where they are. If they're out roaming and they never returned, is just letting them know I'll terminate the relationship if I don't hear back from you, you know, so, and you'll have time to find someone new. So that's that. Next one on 58 and 59, just remember for LPC or LMFT that we don't let a supervisee go without doing a remediation plan, unless it's like this joint, we're both agreeing it would be best and they want to break up and find someone new kind of thing. So otherwise, you need to have done a remediation plan if it's more your choice than their choice. You do not pick something from each of those areas. I was just giving you examples. So we tend to be way too wordy in this field, and we imagine that we get emotionally involved. And so we start to write things or it gets real personal. So go from more of an HR perspective. What can I write that's really non-emotional, just the facts, you know, just carrying it out. And on the back, whatever the opposite is of what you ended up choosing on the front, you would just write the opposite on the back. So it would be like, does demonstrate ethical behavior by, or does follow policies and procedures, or whatever it might be that you're needing them to do. And you could put a date. So are there times that I've done a remediation plan even when I knew I'm still going to let this person go, but I need to do the remediation plan because it's required, you know, by the board? It has happened one time. You know, like I knew even if I saw effort, and there's no way I would see enough effort, you know, but it just, I had been with them so long, you can tell like that client I talked about that sometimes I'll, you know, just keep hoping things might change, or I know no one else is going to hold them accountable, you know, because they've been with others and weren't receiving what they needed to. And so, yeah, you just decide what you want to do, but we need to follow through on a remediation plan. By doing this, this keeps us from, when we're filling out the experience documentation form, we really shouldn't ever be writing like, yes, I have concerns about someone. Because if I had concerns, I probably needed to have let them go long before. I'm not being a help to them if I have concerns and I'm not sure they even should be in the field. You know, I can try, but if I'm going to mark, yes, I have concerns, it needs to be more, I found out something really unethical was going on and I didn't have a clue, and now we're trying to end, and so I'm going to mark yes, because it's impacting the rest of their license career. I don't know how the council handles these things when they see remarks or things that are said, but you want to try to not be marking yes if you chose to keep them until the very end. So that was your choice. So questions on any of that? Lots of paperwork. We flew through that pretty fast. Okay, hopefully that helps. Let's go and hit on these evaluations that start on page 62. So see if we can round this out. So the thing to know,
Question. Okay, can you go over the LMFT supervision hours log where it says there's direct client hours, phone, web, and then indirect clinical hours, admin, phone, etc. Can you like specify exactly what's considered phone, web, and what's considered admin, phone?
Yeah, so phone web means that I was doing counseling by phone.
Okay.
And it says web, so they still, let me think of how to say it. They have, is it web? Now I'm questioning myself. There's a limit for them on how many hours can be done, but I want to say it's when it's not real time. Let me double check before I say. I should know these answers, and I get very confused too after a while. It all starts to blend together. Let's see if I can find it. So it's probably going to be further back. is, I know it's 50 hours is the answer. Pretty sure. Okay, how many of the MFT associates' direct experience hours can be, here's where we go, by technology assisted services? And it's 500. So whereas LPC, they can do all 1,500 hours by virtual, for MFT, only 500. I knew, I was like, there's something in there that I'm remembering. It's the same thing. The reason it says phone on the indirect hours gets back into like if they were doing intake assessments by phone, whatever it is that they may be doing. You're just trying to keep track of how they were doing it because they're only allowed to have so many hours. When it's saying can be by telephonic services, it's not, or by technology assisted, it's not saying whether they're indirect or direct hours. So it could have gone like either direction. There was just technology involved. It didn't involve sitting with a person. So those were some of the things they had to give on a little bit as we headed into COVID, but yes. Does that help answer?
Yeah.
So,
yes.
And for supervision, they're the only ones that are picky on that too. You can only have 50 of the hours can be telephonic. You can have 100% that's real-time interaction, you know, like on the web, like we're doing right now. But you can only have 50 hours that I talked to them on the phone and did of supervision. So LPC doesn't have limits, you know, for virtual counseling or for virtual supervision, but MFT just added in, if you're doing it telephonically for supervision, and they added in this technology assisted for counseling itself.
Okay, so are you saying 50 hours if you're just on the telephone? Did you say 100 hours virtually of the 200 supervision hours can be?
So 100 hours come from school, and then 100 hours are with you. And so of the 100 with you, 50 could be on the telephone. I don't recommend it, but it could be. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yes.
They're the ones with the wonky rule that says 200, but 24 months and that many weeks in a year doesn't equal 200. And so, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Great, you're asking great questions. So 100% of supervision can be virtual, either license. It's just when it goes to just telephone. But technology for LPC is 100% virtually could be done at the direct hours. For MFT, they can only do direct hours 500 of the 1,500. It doesn't matter whether it was with couples, families, individuals, or who, it's just 500 of those hours. So it's more complicated to keep up with because they still have to have marriage and family hours. So individual and group hours are separate than that. Then we have these phone web hours, just meaning it wasn't in person, and they can have up to 500. Then we have indirect hours where we're trying to keep track of. And the thing to know, back before, when you filled out the old forms, you may remember that the supervision hours would get rolled into the indirect hours. Like it would say, add this, and then add your supervision, and it gave you a total. And that's not the case anymore. So supervision is a standalone. Then we have direct hours. Then we have indirect hours. So they're not rolled in. Everybody got that? Okay, that's good. That was good that you brought that up because that made me talk about that a little bit more. Okay, you ready for evals now?
Sorry, I just want to ask real quick again. I had it on mute. I kept trying to get it off. So all the supervision hours are excluded from their 3,000 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. And the documentation log is made that way, or we have to separate it?
No, it's made that way.
Okay.
It says direct hours, indirect hours, and they add them.
And then the supervision.
Yeah. It doesn't even ask for supervision anymore. That's how you know the change was made. All it asks is, did you do 4 hours a month initial? But they're never actually writing down how many hours they did. So on the old forms that we filled out, they would actually write how many, and then it tallied together, and they don't do that. So that's how we know that it got separated. There's no rule that tells me it got separated. You can tell by the form. So some of it you just have to like interpret or you just have to know someone else who knows. But if they wrote out everything into a rule, I mean, it'd be forever long, as we know. But that's my best interpretation of what I've seen. Great questions. Have we answered everything now? Okay, I know that was a lot. Big section there. Okay, so let's finish out. So we're gonna fly through this piece so I can still give you time for evals and to finish up. So there's several different types of evaluations we're gonna look at. One type is where they evaluate themselves. One type is where I would evaluate them. And then another type is where we swap. As in, I evaluate them, they evaluate me, we do it at the same time. So several different versions. First versions we're looking at are the ones that I utilize probably the most, and it's hoping they have self-awareness. So I'm wanting them to evaluate themselves. So that would be like the SPAI is the first one you're looking at. The thing to know is that this one is based on Bernard and Goodyear's discrimination model that we looked at. Remember, it had teacher, counselor, consultant, and 3 skills. Those are the skills that are listed. The key is I do a lot, somebody's saying? Okay. The key is I do a lot of things different than the way it necessarily listed if you haven't figured that out. And what I would recommend is instead of having them rate each element, which this thing is really long and lengthy, you can tell, is I would just have them mark in each section, like, what do you think your top 2 strengths are? And what are the 2 things to work on? You know, or do you need to grow in? So it at least gives me a better idea and narrows it down. The way it was written was to rate each one. And I had someone bring it back and it had this option that was like option G, which I don't even give you all those instructions because it's confusing. But it was like, I need additional training or skill in this area. However it was written, everything was marked with G, which made it sound like I was supposed to be the one to train on all of it, which was never going to happen in supervision. There was no way. So instead, if I use it this way, where I just have them identify some things, if you're looking for something more in depth that's more theory related, this would be one. It's not based on like theory, counseling theory, just supervision theory and exactly what they need more help with. So that's the SPAI. So that one's lengthier. The next one is a short version. It's just, I think it's a couple pages long. Yes. And it's called the COAS, so the Counseling Self-Estimate Inventory. You can see that they're just statements. There's no questions on there. They're not necessarily rating something. It would just be going through and marking, like, when I initiate the end of a session, it is not abrupt or brusque, and I end sessions on time. Is it brusque? I don't even know how to say that, whatever it is. So thank you. She will help me here. I'm like, I don't even know, I should know this, and I don't know. So, and I end sessions on time. So with that, if they felt like, yeah, I do that, I end on time, it's not abrupt, great, then you just move past that one. So if they get to one that they're thinking, that's something I still need to work on, you just have them circle it. So I mean, they could circle, I appear competent and earn the respect of my client. If they're thinking, I don't know that I look competent, maybe they just still don't feel competent. It'd be good to see a video, obviously, to help with that, but they could mark that one and I could know this is one they want to focus on. Now, if we have the whole thing circled, we're in trouble. You know, how are we going to work on all of them at once? But if they just select a few, you know, that they think they need to work on more than others. So it's not even like a full out, you can tell, evaluation and me evaluating them. It's just a self-awareness, like what can I grow in? So steps for them to be able, you know, to recognize areas. The next one is one that I really wish I'd had, like back in the day with some supervisees that I had. It's called the ASAS, and it's really, it says, in anticipation of my upcoming supervision session, and so it just means like in going to supervision. It's not even talking about the field, it's not talking about work with clients. So am I anxious going to my supervision session? Do I feel nervous? Do I feel antsy or stressed out? So we all know everyone's experienced different levels of trauma. And when that happens, then you look like you're fine and there's no issue and you're put together, and maybe you really aren't on the inside. So if I think I'm being really encouraging because my supervisee appears, to be receptive, I'm gonna know, ooh, this is someone who really is anxious and coming to see me, and that would be help. You could also use it, obviously, as they're just getting started. So how are they feeling about supervision in general? So this isn't about skills as much as meeting with me. Don't worry about reverse scoring things and all the things that are mentioned. Again, you're just trying to get some results, just to see, kind of a baseline of where they're at. Same thing with the levels questionnaire on page 69. So it's a Likert scaled. It's just going to look at them. I lack self-confidence. The quality of my work fluctuates. My motivation fluctuates. Sometimes the client's situation seems so hopeless. I just don't know what to do. So I'm just looking overall, how are they feeling about their efforts in the field and how they're doing overall, not one specific client. You can go through, it does have a scoring key, again, up to you if that's super important, but I think being able to glance through it, you could find out, enough information to help. So that rounds out, I'm pretty sure, our section on the ones that they would complete themselves. Yes. So any questions on those that you've got? So we did the coast and we did the levels. We looked at, the first one was the SPAI. You've got several different options. Are there any others that you all have been using where they evaluate themselves that you really appreciate or enjoy? Okay. The one I gave you on 71, I just showed you how you could blend them together. So it has the domains that came from IDM. It has those common events that came from the one that was more preventative. You could mix it together and make it into an evaluation, create whatever you want to create. So it's not that you have to use one of these. I'm just trying to, again, give you resources. I have people that may have, waited, may have been forever till they had an evaluation. I have some that I may have done it after a few months. It depends on that person and what their needs are. As we head into 72, it's called the Summative Evaluation Rating Scale. And for that one, it's the only one I gave you where I would evaluate them. Because they're associates and I'm not going to see near enough video, even with what I see, or feel like I have been in the room enough, it's going to be hard for me to answer in-depth questions unless we're side by side, like co-counseling to some degree in a lot of different ways. And so you could utilize that one, but again, I think it'd be rough unless you were really there in the room. So that's the only one where you would evaluate them. Instead, the rest that I'll show you are ones where you swap. So you fill it out, they fill it out, you give it to them to bring back with them, they come back and you discuss it, at that point. So the first one's that summative supervision evaluation rating scale for the supervisee. So remember, again, that would be for them to fill out. The one that says for supervisor would be the one that I would do. This is the one that I use most often with people who were off-site. I wrote this one and created it just because I felt like it was easy. Like, I knew if they were on time. I knew if they asked for help. I knew if they could self-evaluate most of the time, if they could follow suggestions. I knew if they could find resources on their own, and if they were open and honest. So they could build a therapeutic alliance, personal goals for growth as a counselor. So those to me were ones, regardless of who it was, even if it was just case consultation, we could probably fill this out, together, and they could do the same thing for me. Am I punctual? Am I providing resources? So it's just topics for conversation. But some supervisees, the reason I give you the ones for self-awareness is they just do not respond well. I remember when I gave this one time and the person had given, I don't know, some threes, to me as the supervisor, which if that comes, you're just going to ask questions, right? So tell me about this. Like, you put a 3, what is it you're wanting to see? What are you hoping for? And it was like a deer in the headlight look. And I was trying to figure out, like, what happened? It just totally shut down at that point. And it was so awkward. And so I was hitting roadblocks as I was going around. And it wasn't until after I processed with someone else, and I was like, I still can't figure out like what was going on. Well, it was the first opportunity for that person to evaluate me and the way they felt they were evaluated every week. I didn't give like the high five, that was awesome, best thing you could ever do, you know, have no feedback for you. And because it wasn't as encouraging, I guess, as they were hoping it would be, that they were a superstar, is that it was the first opportunity to like come back my direction. But then when I was asking like to back it up or just discuss it, that did not, you know, it was a complete shutdown. So it was so interesting. So you have to be careful, like who it's with. Is it better just to let them self-evaluate? You know, is it better for you, you know, to evaluate? Is it better to go both directions? You decide what will work the best. But that's why I landed with that one, is it's a little less intrusive and deep, I would say, and just more, are we meeting the mark of what they're hoping for? The summative supervision styles index form, again, when you swap, there may be some of those things like video or other things that you don't do, and you could decide, I'm going to adapt it or morph it or change it. Feel free to. You've got it electronically. And then you've got the SWAI, and that one is also one that can be swapped. It's used like in the medical field and nursing field, some other places, but just, you know, it's one that has options there. So multicultural, of course, is at the very end today. And just in the day and age we're in, I just threw in some options, multicultural differences, what you can do. Like if you're with a supervisee, are we using it as a topic of conversation based on the population they're working with? If we're, you know, if we have differences between us, is it something we need to talk through or discuss just to make sure I've really heard them and understand where they're coming from? So that's the multicultural. And we head into the responsibilities that you all have on page 86, which is into the gatekeeping and supervision, just responsibilities and signing up for those updates that I was giving you earlier. So that rounds out evaluations at that point. So how about I flip you back into your groups? I have given you a ton of information in a short span of time. So how about you kind of flip through and say, okay, this is what, like we did this morning, here's what I want to commit to. I want to commit to this that we focused on this afternoon. Here's a step that I can take, whether it's evaluations, whether it's, you know, the online portfolio that they could utilize, whatever it is, figure out what would benefit the setting where you're at and you personally. And so I'll give you, let's do, we'll do till like 50 after for this. So just go through kind of quickly, maybe a little bit longer. I may give you a little more time. Then I'll spin you back. I'll make sure you don't have any more questions. And then we'll finish up for today with the evaluation. Okay. Any questions? I'm sure you've fixed everything. You're totally good to go. There are no questions. You're not overwhelmed, discouraged, distraught, nothing after today. Are there any last minute questions that I can help with after everything I've thrown your direction? So I know it's a lot. I do hope it's been a help and wasn't too overwhelming. Again, goal is not to do all of this overnight. Like take your bite-sized chunk, come back through again in a couple of years, you know, see what your next chunk would be at that point, and just move forward. So by coming and even participating in this, you're showing, you know, you're wanting to go above and beyond just in supervision, which I think is, you know, I just want to encourage you, and that says a lot about you all personally. There's so many who supervise and don't keep up with the rules and don't give guidance and direction and don't support in the way they should. So my goal is always just to help keep myself, you know, on track, as well as you all, so that we can have people, you know, who are doing it ethically and honestly and trying to look at the whole picture of how we can be the biggest help. So it's not about doing all of it perfectly overnight. None of us will. But just a step at a time. So can I help with anything before we finish?
I had a follow-up to my other question, or my question earlier about the leave of absence, but I don't know if it's a little more tailored. I don't know if you want me to ask that now or wait or. Sure. Okay. So she had in January of 2020 gone on maternity leave. She had a high-risk pregnancy. So we actually turned in and submitted her supervised documentation form to, say this is the hours she got, here we go. Like we're going to be done until she picks back up. And then she got a deficiency letter that spring, and they said, please don't turn this in. Your hours are deficient. We don't want this. And then we emailed, I sent another letter in June and then another letter in September of that same year of 2020. And she also had preemies. So she didn't want it, and her site was completely shut down because of COVID. So, so we had a couple of things going on, but then I get an email and they're like, please don't contact us. We can't help you. And we're transitioning to the BHEC or whatever, new thing is. So I have all the information and all that documented, but now I'm like getting a little nervous that since it was a year, because we picked back up in January of 2021, I'm getting nervous that there's something wrong.
Well, it would have been her deficiency notice was probably because she didn't have a supervisor on file. So that was probably their way of acknowledging she's not under supervision. You all turned in a form if she didn't find someone else, because you have to constantly be under supervision. So if she was on like leave of absence, you wouldn't have turned in experience documentation because that says we're done. So my guess is that's...
We were going to be done at that point.
Mm-hmm. But if she didn't find someone else, then that's why, because she wasn't listed with anyone. So it made it look like she was trying to pretend like she was totally done. So they have to transfer to someone. So that's my guess, my best guess.
Okay.
But I mean, to pick back up, you pick back up. She has her 5 years. I mean, you all said you were finished at that point. Her not having a supervisor during that gap is her responsibility, not yours. So, whether they take that into consideration as they license her, I have no clue what they'll do. I don't know. Because, I mean, she needed someone on file, but again, that's not for you.
I mean, well, it continued to say my name because that's why I kept calling about it. And I was like, I don't know why I'm still on here.
Because no one else replaced you.
Okay, so then I would and that's when I decided, I guess I need to turn in, and whenever we turn in all of our stuff, just have that leave of absence.
That's a great question. I'd probably just do the leave of absence for whatever time she wasn't with you, and just do one experience documentation form that shows everything she did while she was with you, because she didn't go with anyone else. So that's the best I got. It's a great question, but no, I mean, it's good for everyone because we all get in these situations. You're not alone. So we've all had stuff.
Now I'm like, heart palpitations.
No. You're all sitting here. It's okay. Don't tell on yourself. Never call the council and go, I didn't do my Texas ethics and I just renewed. Don't do that. Like, if they didn't find out, just move on. This is like, I didn't stop at the red light and I just saw a cop. I don't pull over and tell the cop, hey, I didn't stop. Like, give me a ticket. You just go. Just keep going, until something happens. So this isn't like you want to, tell everyone that you messed up. Just move on. Yeah, you're good. Anybody, anything else?
One question only, as far as when you pick up somebody else supervised for a port, say, 500 hours, you got to do the other, amount, or 1,000, you've got the other 2,000. You're responsible for having the documentation for your 2,000, right? Not for all 3,000. 3,000.
Okay. Yeah, no, only do it for what you supervise. So they would just have a couple of forms they turn in instead of just yours. Yep. Okay, everybody good? You look thoroughly tired. I think I've thoroughly taxed you at this point, knowledge-wise. So we'll consider ourselves done at this point. So you're gonna fill out the evaluation. I just noticed the certificate they were using, unfortunately, it has the wrong ACEP number on it for NBCC. So it may take a little while. Our person who does those and probably just missed it. They missed it by one little number. So if you'll just be patient, it will come back to you probably early next week, but she won't be able to send it like this afternoon because we're not quite there yet. So I just want to make sure we get them done correctly so you won't have any issues. So it'll say on it the 6 hours, including 3 hours of ethics. So it'll count towards, you know, the refresher and towards the Texas ethics. Just know, you know, for me, like Texas ethics wise, it's not covering everything. You've got the set for your license and that question answer set if you follow that. So the Texas ethics we have online is the one covering all the licenses, you know, for social work, MFT, and LPC, so you can see everything broadly. So just know it will cover, it's got your ethics in it that you need, and you can utilize it that way. So any questions before I spin you off?
The evaluation into you, that's okay?
You do, yeah, you just email it in. So is it a fillable form? No, they're working on it. We're like so working on it. We're so close. So just highlight it or print it and, you know, pen do it. I think by next week we're hoping to have the fillables. They're just having to do them one at a time. So I'm sorry about that. So we're trying. But yeah, just.
But we could fax it in, though.
You can fax it. You would do it to the 9403 number. You can just screenshot it and email it back. You can just highlight it, you know, like with yellow highlighter on your Word doc, or PDF and email it back. So whatever works best for you. Yes.
Okay. What's your fax number?
It is 817-232-9403. And so just make sure your name's on it if you're going to do that, because we have to know who it belongs to so we can get you a certificate. So absolutely. Any other questions? Okay. Y'all have been a great group. Thank you for participating. I know we had a large group today. Y'all did great. So thank you so much. You made it a joy for me too. So we all learned some things together, and I will see you next time.